And so it begins, folks. The 6-hour endurance. I've already done the qualifying. I qualified 5th. Skipped the practice, obviously, and I thought there's no point in doing the intro stuff. Let's just get straight into the race. I've got my nectar of life. And I'm not bothering with snacks or anything like that. Just going to focus in on it. I might have a break, you know, if I need to pee or whatever, but we shall see. I've gone for the 2 pepper, so using the Pennzoil, as you'll have probably noticed. There are at least a couple of things that I want to touch on for upcoming future videos. Hopefully the footage memory for this camera in particular doesn't run out, but should be okay. And yeah, we'll have to also see how the weather goes for this one. I've changed my tyres. I noticed that they're running on either softs or mediums, so I thought, you know what, it might be overkill, but for endurance I pretty much always go for hards anyway. So I want to see, I mean, if it gives me any kind of advantage really. I highly doubt I'm going to be able to just talk for the whole 6 hours, but we'll see. It'll come and go as is natural. And I was a couple of seconds off the leader anyway, so it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Especially after the other GT500 event, which obviously I stopped last time around, or whenever it was, I think it was the last episode now, and restarted with the Supra instead. But the thing is, I could just go for the Supra, but I feel like I might change my tactic a little bit for these endurance races, or have changed my tactic, for 2 reasons really. Number one, I don't want it to be boring, and I feel like if I pick the quote-unquote easier option, or what's supposed to be the easier option, it probably wouldn't be the kind of video you'd actually have any interest in watching. Not like everyone's going to be watching the full 6-hour thing anyway, but... and for the second reason... What was the second reason? There was another reason, I can't remember what it was now. It'll probably come back to me. I've got 6 hours to remember. But yeah, there were a couple of reasons basically, but I just thought, yeah, make it more interesting, a bit more of a challenge. I mean, even on the level 1, it's not like it makes that much of an improvement, if any, on the difficulty most of the time. And really, when it comes to endurance, it's not just about how quick you are. It is, of course, about the strategy and the plan, and whether or not you have a car that's blocking your way, which is a great start. I know it's sacrilegious to say, but I'm not a huge fan of the Castrol Supra. I find it a bit of a boring car. Whereas the Pennzoil's always been, ever since I was a kid, a car which I always liked. Completely just because it was yellow, to be honest, but hey, good a reason as any. And if I do end up having any ridiculousness going on in the race that goes on to too much of a degree, I can always just go straight across the corner. It'll probably reset me for doing that, but I don't want to have to do that if I don't have to. Oh, that's the other thing I was going to say, actually. The main thing that I wanted to go back and get all the stars for was to unlock all of the prizes, whereas as I understand it now, these endurance races, unless I've completely missed something obviously, I don't think they're intrinsically linked to the stars mattering as much anymore, you know, unless you're a completionist and just want the full, 1,000 stars or whatever, which I don't entirely care at this point. I've got all of the prizes, I believe, now, so I'm not too concerned about that. And yeah, I kind of just feel like, just see how it goes, especially for the 24-hour events. It's not like I'm going to be restarting if I don't have the victory. That'll just get ridiculous. So, have a good race, see how it goes, and sort of just finish wherever I finish within reason. And certainly when it comes to recording these events for the 6 and 8 hour ones, I don't want to be, restarting just every time I have a mishap or something like that. I really hate when the game is just clearly trying to throw you off your line by doing stuff like that. The car has no intention to actually overtake you, because you can't overtake somebody when you're doing that kind of dive-in approach. You just don't have the right racing line to overtake, so it's clearly just designed to mess you up. No. I don't care. Nice try though. But that's a no from me, dog. And of course, we can all play that game. Didn't take long for this to start, did it? I've got 6 hours, I could do this all day. Oh, I thought you were quick. What happened? Suddenly you're not so quick. Suddenly you're just quick enough to block my way, but not quite quick enough to get away. Isn't that funny? Take your time. Dig a hole. Wouldn't want to actually get back on the track and get moving, would we? 2 laps, that's all it took. I'm actually kind of surprised it took that long. Let's just play the game in the way that the game apparently wants you to play. Which is completely unprofessionally. I'll see how that works out for the AI. Oh look, didn't work out too well for you, did it? I'm curious how the fuel's going to last as well, because it seems... I didn't notice in the menu, it may have said if it was different or not, but it kind of seems like the fuel use is pretty similar. I do actually like it when my car is able to turn. I do appreciate that when I turn the steering wheel and the wheels actually go that direction, so that would be great if you could get on board with that. Unless, of course, you expect me to believe that racing hard's a 1 out after 3 laps, so why don't you get on with it? So the 2 vids that I've been prepping are ones which usually I would have done by now at this point in the year. I'm actually going to test out a little theory now as well, because I don't want to try this later on in the race. Interesting, so you can cut the corner and it doesn't matter too much. Good to know. I've been prepping, like I said, races which... Wow, English! I've been prepping a couple of videos that would have usually been done this time of year, which are the best cars that were added last year. That would have usually been done way earlier than this, but obviously we've had this Let's Play to do. And the other one is the data mining, so the cars that are still due, which we haven't had yet. I was surprised, actually, when I was going over the data mining one, that not as many vehicles seem to have been added in 2025 compared to in 2024. We cleared off about, I think it was 10 cars or so from the list in 2024, whereas in 2025 there's about 10 less. It's gone from about 41 to, well, on the list I'll be doing about 31, so about 10, but not really, because it's actually only a handful of cars. I think it literally was something like 5 or 6, I want to say, if I remember right. But the reason why it's gone down a little bit more is because I'm basically, for this update to that list, going to pretty much consolidate the Lotus models into just like one position, even though it was like 4 or 5 different cars. You know, I don't know many of us who are actually holding out hope that Lotus is going to come back at this point in GT7. It could, technically, it could happen, but I highly doubt it. Anything's possible, but it seems kind of pointless having those as vehicles that bloat the list, in effect, when it seems highly unlikely. So I'm just going to consolidate those all into the one. But of course we had the Aventine, we had the Ferrari 812, what other ones did we have? I can't remember the other ones now, but yeah, there was a handful, like I said, a handful of cars that were added. We've still got some pretty cool ones still to come. A couple of the vehicles I don't necessarily see happening in GT7, and if they were, it would be kind of weird timing, like the Peugeot 208 Pikes Peak, for example. That's been due for quite some time. I just don't see that happening in GT7, really. Whereas some other ones, they're like, really? That hasn't happened already? The glaring one to me has always been the BMW E60 M5, which is like, really? They still haven't done that? And of course that one is in the list. And then you've got the kind of next obvious one after that, which isn't in the list, but is equally obvious to bring back, the C63 AMG, but in the 4-door form, which I personally much prefer to the newer one, which we have in the game. But both of those, really, really obvious cars. You got some stuff which I'm actually really hoping happens in GT7. I think when I re-looked over the list, one of the ones which I'm actually most hopeful for is probably the Bugatti, actually, the Type 35. that to me is just, it's just a cool little car to have. And we had the Mercedes, the old Grand Prix car, the W196R, which was one of my picks for the 10 best cars from last year. So I feel like the Bugatti does have potential to be a properly fun little car. It'd be interesting to see how much that costs as well. I don't necessarily see, because I haven't checked the value on it, but I don't necessarily see that being worth as much as that Mercedes, which was 20 million. I could see the Bugatti being maybe 10, but possibly even less. I could see it being 5 even, but I'm not sure what they're worth in real life. But yeah, that'd be a cool one. Especially when, since Gran Turismo has Bugatti, and Gran Turismo has always placed so much of an importance on the history of motorsport and the history of brands. GT Sport was a prime example with all the museum stuff. It seems obvious, really, to delve more into the history of these companies than we ever really have, because you've got such rich racing histories for especially companies like Bugatti. Grand Prix, Le Mans, they had amazing exploits, especially way back in the day. And they're really not tapping into that stuff at all, really. You've got the obvious ones, you've got the Veyron, you've got the Chiron, and I like those. But even as I said before, the EB110 would be a really cool one to have. But the Grand Prix stuff, I feel like that would be even cooler. Imagine having like a little, I can never remember the proper name of it, but the little tank, the little Bugatti type whatever tank that looks like a kid's tin toy car. That would be so cool to have in the game. In terms of lap time, just to check in, so my best is a 2:05. So far I've got a couple of 2:05s, so not too bad in terms of pace, which is still off the pace of, in fact he's not even the leader, he's in second place, Drummond. So yeah, I don't know if I'd win this one, but I kind of knew that when I picked this, well, I guess it's technically a 1 pepper car, but the level 2 quote-unquote difficulty on it. But I mean, we are getting a bit closer. We're lagging behind the first car, because I remember checking briefly last lap and it was like 18 seconds, now it's about 20-ish. So I highly doubt that I would win this one, but if I could get a podium finish, that'd be fine by me. 6-hour endurance is more about, when it comes to these videos at least, it's more about just actually getting it done and getting the full thing complete, rather than caring too much about where I finish. Gonna move on. I'd be curious to know what the slipstream is set on in these events as well, because sure, it's funny how those cars aren't as quick when they're in front of you, but it doesn't feel like it's in a slipstream kind of way. It feels distinctly rubbery. Do you know where you want to be? I hate it when that happens. I quite like the green on that skyline. I'm glad that this endurance is on Suzuka, because Suzuka's by far my favourite Japanese track in the game. Oh, I tried a little dodge, did we? Did work out for you, though. Gotta have my fun. Keep my brain going for 6 hours. Plus, I mean, even with the crash, it's annoying in the moment, but hey, it gives us something to work towards. I did consider not qualifying at all and just kind of work my way up, which I guess I may as well have done that. Maybe I'll do that in the next ones. Maybe I'll do that, because I feel like over the course of even more so 8 hours for Spa, and I've got such a feeling that Spa's going to have some weather shenanigans. I just know it will. I mean, technically, we may do it here on Suzuka. The weather map did look like there was going to be some, but more so grey rather than blue. So, I mean, it's a 6-hour race, so it's bound to happen at some point. I quite enjoyed, or I seem to recall quite enjoying, doing the endurance races in the ride games. I can't remember which of the ride games it was where I was doing them, but it was within the past couple of months. It might have been Ride 3 or 4, I think. I was trying to get some career mode stuff complete. It wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. And I do quite like how with Ride you have to put more effort and more focus onto tyre and fuel conservation than you would think in a motorbike game, because, I mean, let's be honest, even in Tourist Trophy I don't recall having to spend that much mental power on figuring out, oh, conserving my tyres and stuff like that. There must have been endurance races in there, but I don't recall much about them, if I did them at all. If there were, then I'm sure I did, but I don't remember much about them. But yeah, I've narrowed down as well my picks for the 10 cars, which I believe were the best that were added to the game. I don't want to go full in and spoil them all. I actually haven't, believe it or not, picked which one is going to be my number one, because any who watch those videos every January, you might remember that I don't actually order the video, because I don't think there's really any point. It's such a subjective thing. So I tend to pick what I believe the standout car of the year was, and then all the rest are just in no particular order. So that's going to be a fun one. Decent amount of cars that were added though. 2024 and 2025. We had a really strong selection of cars. Really strong. And I've actually ended up, because obviously you can't really tell on screen at the moment, but I'm recording this race well before I actually release it. I'm probably going to be releasing this on Monday, and I'm recording it almost a week ahead of time on Tuesday evening. I started the race just after 5. By the time I'd done the qualifying, it was probably more like 5:15 in the evening. So it's going to be a late one. But when it comes to uploading all the footage and editing it and rendering it, I'd rather give myself a bit more time to work with. Don't want to be doing stuff like this at the last minute if you don't have to. And I might. It depends on the phone calls, because so far the phone calls have been okay, but the professionalism, I will definitely say, has left stuff to be desired, in my opinion. I might be changing a car soon. And I'd like to go and look at the car this weekend, really, but the vehicle in question has been for sale for a while. I've been looking at it for a while. I've gone back and forth on getting it. I ended up choosing a different one. It's another Navigator, so technically I'm changing from one Lincoln Navigator potentially to another one. So we'll see if that works out. But obviously the thing is, if it doesn't work out, it's not like it matters too much, because I've already got one. It's just this other one has got some mods already done to it, which are worth a lot of money. And instead of, putting that money into mine, this one's already got it done. Plus this other one's done less miles than mine, so it just kind of makes sense, really. Because I do love the Navigator. It's a great car. It's served me very well so far. It's not without its issues. It's had a couple of things here and there, but yeah. That's interesting how the next few cars are actually, well, kind of. I was going to say the next few cars are quite a large jump ahead, but they're not that crazy, I guess. It's almost like a couple of pods of vehicles. The next one's about 8 seconds, or just over 8 seconds. Lap times are still fairly consistent, bit high, bit low. Managed to break into the 204s, not bad. Nice bit of corner cutting, we'll do that for you. But yeah, some of my standouts from 2025 would be... Some of them are obvious. Of course, the Espace F1. One of the ones which, spoiler alert, is definitely going to be on the list. And I feel like it's kind of cool to tell you folks who watch these videos stuff like this, because it's almost like a behind-the-scenes early access sneak peek, because I know most people won't watch videos like this. But one of them is going to be 2 cars consolidated into one, and I don't think too many people are going to be bothered about that, because they'll understand why I did it, which is the 2 Formula cars. I'm going to consolidate the F3500A and the F3500B into essentially one car. If I personally had to pick one, it would be the 3500B, the more recently added one. But yeah, wow, he's really fallen behind. Cool. But yeah, I think those were very, very significant. It's always a nice treat to have a Grand Prix car or an open wheel racer of any kind, really, in Gran Turismo. And I feel like both of those, especially when you put them together in the same year of all things, it's pretty significant. Well, it's very significant, actually. Oh, he made a pit stop. Did he now? How adorable. Well, my tyres are mostly fine. Of course, I will have to figure out when I am going to pit in, because I don't recall off the top of my head how long hards are going to last, really. Fuel's fine. We could get at least a good 20 laps, it would appear, if not more. Safely 20 laps, for sure, out of a fuel tank. And that's without even leaning it out, so that's good. But in terms of tyres, probably not so much. I feel like we might start to notice a drop in lap times. But for the moment, I'm still in the 205 region, so that's okay. Once it starts dropping to maybe like 207 or something, I'll probably have to pit in then. But I'd like to try and maximise the advantage of those tyres. And I would say, unless something really drastic happens, drastically lucky in my favour, I don't see me winning the event. Which I guess I shouldn't say, because it means you probably won't watch the video, because what's the point? But I guess you could say that about everyone who's watched every episode of this series, because I very rarely actually won. But it's part of the journey. If there was some kind of grand prize for these races, then I might care more. And this is where I upload the video and you tell me after the fact, oh yeah, there was actually like an awesome car that you win for that. But, I mean, even that, isn't that sad? Don't you find that sad, what I just said? And you could say, well, it's just you as a driver, it's just you as a gamer, but isn't it sad how I'm sitting here doing a 6-hour event, which should feel like a big deal? It doesn't. But it should feel like a big deal, not only because of the racing, not only because of the time, it should feel like a big deal because there should be something I'm going to unlock by doing this that I wouldn't be able to get otherwise. And I just hate the fact that so much of modern racing games feels so pandering to people who have no attention span, or whatever excuse they come up with as to why they do it these days. I just hate it. It's like, well, then why are we even doing this? What's the point of an endurance race if there doesn't feel like there's some grand prize at the end? I don't care if it's millions of credits. I would much rather it be some like really special car, you know, something that doesn't necessarily have to be a car that I'll use all the time, but just something that's really significant. Like, imagine if it were a car that were already in the game, for example. Imagine if, I don't know, there were like one of the high rollers, like one of the 20 million credit cars, something like a Ferrari P4 maybe, or a Jag XJ13. If you couldn't buy the car, you just weren't allowed to. It was never in the legendary dealership, it was never available, and you had to do this, and you had to win this to get the car. A lot of people would get disheartened and be like, oh, I can't get the car. Yeah, because you're not fast enough. You're not good enough. And I feel like, of any YouTubers who are qualified to be able to say that, I'm one of them. Because I'm not winning this race. And I'm entering it on lap basically 2, knowing that I'm already probably not going to be technically good enough to win. I'm not fast enough, on paper at least, to win this race. But you don't hear me whining about it. I still want there to be a car that I'm technically not even going to be in a position to win. And that doesn't bother me. Because I know for one thing, that would make me do this race until I won it. So ironically, having a car which only a certain select few people who are good enough, a meritocracy, can actually unlock, is a better idea. Because it means that that car actually means something. It doesn't mean that you just ground Le Mans every day for a while, which is what I do. Or I don't need to anymore, but it's certainly what I used to do to unlock all the cars in the game. Or to buy them. You don't have to unlock anything these days, but yeah, I feel like it makes you a better driver. It literally forces you to be because of your own OCD. It's the best case of weaponized OCD, because Kaz and Polyphony knew that the nagging like collector in us would not allow us to not have that victory and more importantly not have that special car. So they knew, of course they'll do it again. And even though they might lose halfway through or have a power cut like my old man did in the 24-hour races, they'll do it again. They'll do it again. Because they want that car. They want that special thing. I think there are limits on that, personally. I don't think, for example, that you should have a circuit, let's say, locked behind victory. I think that would be a pretty stupid idea, personally. But cars? Yeah. Because, like I said, if it were a high roller, you don't need that car. You can buy most high rollers that will be perfectly capable of winning any event that those can compete in with the right driver. And for the kind of player who care about not winning a 60-year-old Jag or something, they're probably not going to be driving cars like that often anyway. So I feel like it's almost like a fallacy to not do stuff like that just for the sake of a select few people who will whine about it. Especially when I didn't hear anyone whining about it back in the day. So it's almost like they changed that. I don't know, maybe for other reasons? I really don't know why they made that choice, because I don't recall anyone complaining about it. Maybe I just didn't hear it or see it, but I don't know. It's one of those weird things, I guess. But yeah, to go back to the point of cars that were added and cars that I really liked. Some of the other ones which were added, we had some returning faces. In fact, another one from the leaked list, actually, BMW Z4. That was brought back. That's not one of my picks for the 10, but that was an interesting one. There was, of course, an influx of stupid cars, traffic vehicles, soft roaders, if you will, like the Honda CR-V and the Toyota CHR. I don't think it will be too much of a surprise to learn that absolutely none of those will be on the list. One car which I will tell you, though, might surprise you, it is going to be in my top 10, is the Honda N1. The Honda N1 RS. Because I actually think that's a really fun, charming little car. It's dirt cheap, it's got great modifications, it's actually really useful to do the K-car events. It's a perfectly set up little car for it, and the special project that I did for that car you can use for those events, and it's super fun to do it. So yeah, I actually think that's a really good addition. I love the fact that it's a K car, but it's not one of the returning faces. It's, you know, a genuinely new one. It's a K car that we've never had before, and it's just really fun. It looks good. It's good to drive. It's actually pretty quick when you do stuff to it. Yeah, I think it's a really, really solid pick. I think the reason why I like the Honda N1 so much, which is funny because I don't drive it that much, but I like it academically, which is really what the top 10 of the year is about, rather than my personal favourite 10. I like it so much because what it represents is kind of a perfect melding of all of the aspects of Gran Turismo's past, present and future put together. And obviously future is always something which you can say whatever because it hasn't happened yet, but what I mean by that is it's a newer car, it's a car that's never been featured before, it has the wide body and all those kind of things which are distinctly modern Gran Turismo, distinctly GT7. But then it also has that K-car throwback feel and the charm and the cheapness of what many of us came up playing Gran Turismo loving. It's why, you know, I bought my Daihatsu. It's why so many people love those little K-cars and own them, and or have owned them or want to own them. I feel like it's just kind of a really nice handshake almost between Gran Turismo's past and present. And I don't really feel like I get the chance to say that much, which is kind of a shame. But at least for my taste, I think that's a pretty significant one. Obviously, the Mitsubishi FTO will be in there. I don't think that's really that much of a spoiler. Massively significant car. Another one which would have been in there had they added it would have been a DC5 Integra. Also another shocker. As always, I always bring it up, but it's so much of a shocker that it's not in the list. I could see that being potentially a 2026 car, but I feel like I also kind of say that every year. But there you go. What else? I am, for those curious, going to be including the Power Pack cars in the new cars that were added, but I think to the surprise of pretty much no one, I will not actually be picking any of the 6 in my top 10 of the year. Which is kind of a shame, and I'm not just doing that out of spite, I just genuinely think that none of them are good enough to be in the 10, and none of them are significant enough to be in the 10. I feel like the Beetle might have been the closest to potentially being, or maybe the 911. The most disappointing, like I said, for me was the Supra. The Supra had so much potential to be just again, kind of that Gran Turismo 2 throwback, and it just really doesn't feel that way. As crazy as it is to say, the 3 million credit Skylines actually are genuinely better to drive and more fun, which is a shame. The Mustang is just not as great as it could be on paper. Obviously the 86 I believe is a massive misstep, so of course that wasn't going to be in there. And the Skyline, I see a lot of love for the Skyline. For me it's a bit of a misstep as well, and it feels a little bit too similar to what you can already do to that Skyline. I know it's different technically, but not different enough. So yeah, I'll include them in there in the refresher part of the video, but none of those 6. And also the fact that you have to pay for access to them, that doesn't help. It doesn't help. If it were just a DLC pack and we had those all the time, then obviously that wouldn't count because it wouldn't stand out so much, but the fact that you have to pay for the privilege, nah, certainly doesn't help their chances. Well, coming up on half an hour of the race done. Not bad, not bad. And my laps are still fairly consistent actually. I'm surprised how consistent my laps are being so far, given that the front tyres are actually fairly worn down. At this rate, I might actually have to pit in for fuel first. Which, I'm not too bothered about that. Yeah, I guess I'll have to try and think. I'll have to try and think, what am I going to do in terms of balancing tyres and fuel? Because ideally you want them to run out at roughly the same kind of time, and I feel like I might have already made the right choice for that, because with the front tyres losing about half of their quality, if you will, and the fuel being as low as it is, roughly, I feel like it might be pretty good timing by the time we get there, because I've only got 7 laps, less than 7 laps, 6 laps really, of fuel left, unless I lean it out, which I'm not planning to do. So, I mean, I don't know if the tyres would manage another 6 laps really, before I start losing lap times. That was a 2:06, so that might be a harbinger of the laps starting to get a bit slower anyway, which would make sense. There's definitely a chance, I would say a pretty decent chance actually, of being lapped by the leader by the end of this race. Possibly even a couple of times, because he is quicker than me. Not by so much of a degree that it's ridiculous, but certainly quicker. Oh, well, I don't know about the lap getting slower, that section was quicker. Now I'm going back and forth. I don't know. One of the things which I really do wish about these as well, in terms of, and by these I mean these races, is not just picking your own car for the fun of it, but also I really wish you could just have a different livery. It just gets so boring picking between the same 3. In the thumbnail, for example, I went out of my way to have like those throwback liveries, like the SO Ultraflow Supra, the Loctite Skyline, and the Takata Dome NSX, just because I think they're just 3 really cool, instantly recognisable liveries. And it matters not at all in the race, because you can't pick them. I could certainly see them adding some form of other Super GT Supra in future. I don't know if necessarily it'd be in 2026, maybe not even in this game, but something like, well, obviously the one that would come to mind first, because it was already a premium, aside from the Castrol, is the yellow hat. Of course, that's the obvious one. Not personally a huge fan of the yellow hat, but it is one of the much, much newer incarnations at least. See, even with that then, that's still a not bad 206. I feel like that lap would have been a lot better, were it not for that last section. Now that I've got this Porsche slowing me down. Potentially, anyway. Just get out of the way, man. Again, like, I'm a lap ahead of you. The game... I'm not going to start ranting again. You already know what I'm going to say. If you're a lap ahead, you should get out of the way. That's just how it works. Because I'll definitely do that for the car in second. At that point, it's not like wiping them out would make that much of a difference anyway. But you know me. I might just have to on general principle. I feel like I might be starting to lose a little bit of grip over the front end, at least on the braking into corners, but could be psychosomatic, we'll see. I feel like unless something significant happens on this lap, this will be more of a gauge, really, of if my laps are starting to drop. If it's only dropping to the 206s from the 205s though, that's not that crazy of a difference yet. Not good enough. I might be able to actually last it out for another 5 laps and really make use of that fuel. I'd like to, but it depends. Depends. Oh, and we got a couple pitting in. Oh, okay, so that gives us an idea on fuel. So it looks like the fuel is probably pretty much a wash. Cool. Interesting. Interesting. I'm sure for some of you it's probably cringe-inducing to see my approach to that corner every time, but hey, it's not like I'm going to win, so who cares? 207, yep, they are definitely getting slower, definitely. Did they manage to pit and get out again? Cool, talk about salt in the wound, guys. Still, dropped down to 11 seconds, so a bit closer. Not like it really matters by the time I have to pit in anyway. In a weird kind of way, what I really want is rain. Especially if rain comes when I am due to pit in. That would be real nice. Slap some intermediates on and they're slip sliding all over the place. That'd be perfect. But of course that ain't going to happen. That'd be too good. I can't be the only one who finds it kind of crazy as well how so few games since PGR 4 have bothered to try and implement snow into road racing. I mean, that's just so much potential fun that you're just missing out on. And when I say fun, I mean like hair-pulling, teeth-gnashing, curse-inducing rage that it would probably end up being, but you know it would be such a good challenge. Imagine like, or like in PGR 4, imagine like no buggering in the snow. How radically different of an approach you'd have to that. Plus it just looks cool, seeing certain tracks with snow. It would have to be applicable, obviously. You don't want like Willow Springs with snow. I mean, maybe they get snow, but I highly doubt it. It doesn't look like that kind of track, or like a snowy version of Laguna Seca, as interesting as that would be. You wouldn't even be able to see the corkscrew, just be white out. Are you kidding me? What's happening to this? Has this thing got like actual Lamborghini reliability or something? Because he is slow. And that's coming from me. Three laps left. Not bad, not bad. Managed to break up into a 206 again, so not bad at all, not bad. Driven almost 70 miles already. Doesn't feel like a hair over 4,000. So some of the other significant cars, which were still technically due, I mentioned obviously the Peugeot. One which I'm quite curious to see what it's like. Funnily enough, Forza's got it as well, similar timing. The Mercedes 500e from 1991. Quite curious to see what that's going to be like. Kind of some old school German muscle. Could be quite fun. I wouldn't have thought the point level would be too high on that one either, so it could be quite useful. The Bugatti, obviously I already said. The Mark V Golf GTI, I mean, they just continue to tease and never actually have the R32. And yes, I know, for my real-life golf fans, I'm well aware that the GTI is capable of being tuned better and to be made quicker, blah blah blah. It's not the point. You got the TT in there with the same engine. Just give us the Golf R32. And get the sound right. Silly me. This is polyphony. I do find it strange. Oh, do I? Do I, Barbara? Thanks for letting me know. I find it funny sometimes when they go and record, you know, the audio for certain cars, like the Shizetta or whatever else back in the day. Presumably the Mazda 787B and some of those standout ones. I do wonder how many cars get recorded in that way. And if it is indeed all of them, which I doubt, but if it is indeed all of them, how do they end up sounding so boring in the game? Because I tell you what, go to any car meet, go to any car show, cars don't sound boring. Some do, but a lot of the performance cars in the game sound way better than they do in Gran Turismo. And that's one of those things where I honestly do believe that there should be certain settings, or if not settings, I'll explain in a second what I mean about the settings, but there should be certain things in games which are made to be realistic, because it's good. Graphics, for example. Having realistic graphics will always be appreciated because it looks like real life. So of course people are going to like that for the most part. For other things, I think you actually can take it too far. Imagine, for example, if when you crash a car in the game, you are liable to pay for the damage in real life. Now for the meme, that sounds pretty funny, but in reality that's one of the dumbest things you could possibly do in a racing game. On the other hand, I believe that having something as simple as, and this is what I meant just now about toggling certain things on and off, imagine if, for example, you take GT7 as is, don't change anything about the physics, but just be able to go into the options menu, and in the same way as how you can change like the camera and how much it sways, or change how high up or down you want to sit in the seat in cockpit cam, blah blah blah. Imagine if you could toggle on, what would they call it, like I don't know, something to do with like the feeling of speed. I don't know what you'd name it, but just toggle it on and it would literally just make the camera shake a little bit at higher speeds, or make the car have a little bit more of that, like, not to keep going back to Forza, but Forza ain't the only game that's done it, of course. Have it just so that it actually feels faster, you know, when you're going flying down the Le Mans straight, down the Mulsanne. Just actually feel like the car is going 200 plus miles an hour, because it doesn't. I mean, I'm doing 130 mile an hour then, coming into a corner, and although I'm aware that cars can actually do that, of course, I can tell you what, they don't feel like this when you're doing it. I can definitely tell you that. And here's the really funny thing, for naysayers who be like, oh, I don't want that, it's not realistic, and blah blah blah, it's too Need for Speed. I've mentioned before, I've driven 2 Nissan GTRs in Beards and Cars. One of them, in fact they were both Litchfields, one was an R35 and the other was an R35 facelift. The R35 facelift was 650 horsepower, Litchfield spec. The earlier one was an 850 horsepower, Litchfield spec. I can confirm, when you put your foot down in those cars, the trees do go blurry. And that is not just a realistic game, that is actual real life. They are genuinely that fast. Starting to feel it over the rear tyres now, so yeah, I might have to pit in on this one. Lap time still ain't too bad actually, still around the 206s, but definitely slower. So if real life can literally get so quick that it does blur, especially on acceleration, you can't tell me that a game is unrealistic for having that kind of thing in there. Obviously there are levels to it, you don't want the camera like feeling like it's bouncing off of either wall, but just be able to turn it on and off. And like I said, don't change the physics, don't have it actually affect the car in any way, just have like the camera have that shake. And some people hate hearing about Forza, it's kind of like bringing up Vision GTs, but I'm going to bring it up again because I think it's a primary thing to bring up. I'm kind of surprised actually that Gran Turismo's never done this, because it's a very small touch and it actually really works for the immersion. And I'm sure some of you have noticed this, more than a few. In Forza, the rear wing wobbles at high speeds, especially on race cars. It like vibrates around, because obviously carbon fibre has that flex, and that is exactly what it should be like. Gran Turismo doesn't have that. Gran Turismo has, in some ways, taken a back step. Like mud flaps don't even flap around as much as they used to. Or not from my memory, at least. Back in Gran Turismo 4, I seem to recall the mud flaps going crazy. But not so much now. I feel like that's probably going to affect me making that cut there, but hey. Oh well. So I'm going to go for... I should have probably checked the weather, actually. But hey, on my head be it. Pit stop for me too. 22 seconds behind, soon to be a hell of a lot more. It's something to have in Gran Turismo as well. Be able to train your pit crew to be quicker. We need some Formula 1 stops in this thing. Let's check the weather. Of course there's a gigantic cloud coming in. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'd have bothered changing it anyway, actually, if I zoom in a bit. Yeah, take a minute. Fast forward 30 seconds. Just torrential rain. Curious about some of them being on racing softs. That's a choice. I mean, he's in first, so the choice is working for him, but I would have thought those would be burning through real quick. Maybe I should try it. Never know. I'm kind of begrudged to try the racing softs though, because in qualifying I did have the softs on and I was still a couple of seconds off his pace, so not really that much point. And to be fair, I've only dropped to 7th, so that's not that bad really. I've only dropped 1 place. Not bad at all. Could have been a lot worse than that. There must be something wrong with me, because half of you are like, you don't say. because when I watch races like, well, not watch races, but when I hear about the exploits of certain cars, of course at Le Mans in my case, because that's the one that interests me the most, but looking back to like the late 90s and early 2000s, something in me kind of, maybe it's the love for the underdog or something, but I love hearing the stories about the cars that didn't quite do it more than the ones that did, in a weird kind of way. Like that story that many of us know about how the Toyota GT1 kind of should have won Le Mans, but then it had the tyre blowout. I believe it was leading the race at the time, or something like that. I mean, how cool would it have been for the GT1 to have won? I personally actually would prefer that over the Porsche 911, because I mean the Porsche had, if I recall, at least 2 victories, so it wouldn't have hurt it really to lose one of those. And I would have loved it if the TS20 had won. I still personally find it one of the most beautiful race cars ever made. But even aside from that, I love, you know, like the Cadillac LMP story, for example, back with the LMP02. I seem to recall, because I think I did an episode of, I can't remember what it was now, it can have been Unsung Heroes, but it was something like that, wherein they didn't win anything, I don't think. Well, not that I can recall. I think their best result was probably something like a podium at the most, maybe a 5th, so not quite podium. But that didn't really bother me. I just love the car, you know? And even legendary brands like Panos. I don't recall the GTR1 or the LMP1, which is essentially like the open-top version of the GTR1 in some ways. I don't recall those having victories. I think they might have had victories on some circuits, but obviously not at Le Mans. But I just, yeah, it must be the underdog thing, and obviously just because I love the brands in many cases as well. But I love it when a little plucky team, or yeah, Cadillac, plucky little team, I know, but you know what I mean. When it's something different, something interesting. The track is starting to look a little bit shiny, which I don't like. And fair play, we're not too far off our first hour down. I'm sure for you guys watching this it's dragging a lot more, but for me, the time is actually going quite quick, to be fair. Over 45 minutes done, and kind of hasn't really felt that bad. But that's a weird thing for me. It's like doing endurance races in games, when I really just decide to sit down and do it and get it done. It's kind of like driving on the motorway. As long as you're in a comfortable car, the time just sort of melts away for me. I don't find it boring. My brain just sort of goes into autopilot, and I guess it helps as well. I don't drive fast on the motorway, really, especially not in the cars that I drive, because for an extra 5 or 10 miles an hour, the amount of extra fuel that you use literally isn't worth driving faster. But I do usually, 60, 65 on the motorway. I know, I'm an old man. But yeah, I just enjoy the journey. I feel like I might even be a good trucker, because that's the kind of speed you'd be doing anyway, just sitting there, mostly straight lines. Of course, there's a lot more to it than that. And as many of you know, Mav, who runs the Discord for the channel, he's a trucker himself. You've got to be a certain mindset, certain skill set for that kind of thing. But I feel like, in terms of jobs that I haven't done, that could be one that I would enjoy, I think. I could certainly see it being the case. I always go out of my way to give a lot of room and consideration for truckers. To be honest, more than most things on the road. I find most drivers these days to be acutely stupid. There are very, very dumb people on the road, especially since that little episode that we went through on a world scale a couple of years back. I feel like there were certain people who passed their test that shouldn't have been allowed to. But maybe it's just me. I find that there are 3 groups, or 3 categories of vehicle, that I always give the most leeway to. Truckers, obviously emergency services. In my case, I tend to come across more ambulances than anything else. I don't come across too many police in pursuit, and I don't come across very many fire engines at all in my experience, but ambulances, quite a few, and always make room for them. And the third one, and this is something which I actually hold quite dear, not only because of my past experience, but just in general, is bikers. I go out of my way to give bikers plenty of room, and also because of the cars that I drive, I like to kind of, well, I believe it's an official thing that they kind of ask people to do this, adopt a biker. If you see a biker who's driving, or riding technically, near you, kind of take it upon yourself, safely, to sort of shadow them. and make sure that other people aren't going to make you go too close or that they get too close. Obviously within reason, there's only so much you can do, but I like that. And even if I never have a bike again, I'm glad that I have the license and the experience that I did have, because crash or not, it does make you a better car driver, having a motorcycle license. No question whatsoever. And I don't know many bikers who would disagree. In fact, I don't think I've met any who would disagree with that. It's almost one of those things that I could kind of want to be mandatory. Obviously not everyone is able to ride a bike, or willing, but it really does help you to be a better car driver. Even if you just do it and never get a bike and never plan to, it's a really good skill set to have. And more importantly, if you consider it this way, the vast majority of problems in the world, and I mean the vast majority, like to a staggering degree, to a degree where what I'm about to say sounds so infantile in terms of oversimplifying it, but it genuinely is true. So many problems in the world are because people have never put themselves in the other side's shoes. And that applies to an insane amount of things, literally from wars and politics all the way down to driving and everything in between. Why do people drive so badly around motorcyclists? Because they've never been one. They don't know what it's like to be on a bike. They've never experienced it. They don't know the skill set. They don't know what it's like to actually fear for your life sometimes, because drivers are so stupid around you. People who just don't look, people who, I mean, the worst type. And I tell you what, I've been very fortunate not to see any of these in person, because I would have real trouble not ending up in prison. If I saw someone riding around a biker in that kind of way, where they're deliberately getting too close or trying to bump them off, I mean, get yourself measured up for a coffin, mate, because I'll be going to prison that day. I do not stand for that kind of behaviour to other people. And it's because they have no clue what it's like to be on the other side. And like I said, sounds like a childish thing, like, oh, if only you knew the other person's problems. It sounds like a Sesame Street thing, but, you know, sometimes there's a reason why those things are on kids' shows. It's because they're actually pretty good life lessons, and it's one of them. And it definitely makes you a better car driver. In fact, one of the things that I use almost every time I drive, and I've never heard anyone use this term when it comes to driving, but obviously any of my fellow bikers will probably be familiar with this. You might call it something else, but you'll be familiar with it. There's something in the biking world called a lifesaver. And a lifesaver is that last look that you steal over your shoulder before you make a maneuver, usually before you pull out or whatever. And it's called a lifesaver because more often than not it will, because of some stupid driver who didn't see you or just didn't want to slow down or whatever the case may be. That last look before you make that maneuver, before you pull out, before you overtake, it will save you many, many times on a motorbike. But the thing is, I find myself doing it in a car, and more so I find myself doing it in my car, usually the Navigator, which obviously I'm sat on the left anyway, doing it on the motorway. And particularly, I always make a point to do it when I'm passing an on-ramp, as you'd call it in the States. Because not just in a 4x4, but in many cars, you've got so much blind spot that you don't necessarily realise you've got, because your mirrors just don't cover everything. And you can hide an entire car easily in a blind spot. And people have this mindset when they're coming down an on-ramp, or a slip road, as we call it in the UK, you get up so much speed because, oh, I'm joining the motorway, I need to get on, I don't want to get in anyone's way. And then you just kind of forget that there's stuff right here, right next to you, and you can end up just ploughing straight into the side of something. A guy almost did that to me years and years ago. And the crazy part was, I was in the third lane. I was in the fast lane, and he almost went straight into the side of me because he joined the motorway and just went straight across all three lanes to go into the fast lane. Saw me, I can't even remember what I would have been driving then, but I beeped before he got that far. Thankfully, I saw him coming over and backed off. And I tell you what, he was lucky. He was in a Mazda CX-30, I think it was, the little soft roader. And his manoeuvre, that thing swayed from side to side where he was trying to get it straight again, where he like swerved away and then swerved back. Very lucky. I don't know if maybe his lane assist and traction control might have helped him out as well. Probably did. But even so, it's just one of those things where people are just oblivious. Another time I had a similar thing happen. I was in the third lane. I think I was in one of my old cars. And just some young-ish woman doing whatever, probably thinking about next week, last week, whatever, in her head, straight onto the motorway, just wafted across all three lanes. and I didn't blare my horn at her or anything. I just backed off a little bit because I could see she had no clue I was there, had no intention of stopping because she didn't know anything was there, and if I had have blared my horn or whatever, it would have probably had the same effect on her, except I honestly, and I know you can't really say this in 2025, but let's just say she didn't look like the kind of person who would have the fortitude to get a car back under control after swerving. Let's put it that way. So yeah, just backed off, and I don't really like doing that. I find it very hard. I think it goes back to what I said about people making me angry when they are bullies on the road. I was explaining to someone the other day, people trying to bully me doesn't usually bother me. At least not for that reason. You know, if somebody's like right at my backside, which I'm always like, I'm driving a hearse with a pig's severed head hanging in the back, and you're tailgating me. How do you think this is going to go? But some people still do. And it's not for me that I have the, you know, the vitriol or the worry or whatever. The reason why it gets to me is, and this is what inspired my first book to some degree, Buddy. The opening line of that book is, I hate bullies. And it goes back to that, because for me, I'm not thinking like, oh, they're up my backside. I'm thinking, if they do that to me in this car, they're doing that to people who would be terrified. They're doing that to the little guy. They're doing that to some old biddy in a tiny little car. And don't get me wrong, those old biddies will annoy me because, you know, doing 25 mile an hour in a 50 zone or something like that. But, you know what the point is. That's what gets to me. The idea that that person is going to learn nothing. They don't fear anything because they've never had any repercussions, especially in the UK. I tell you what, driving in South Africa versus driving in the UK, I prefer it over there. I honestly prefer driving in South Africa, because when there's a risk that every car has either a gun or a machete, people tend to be a lot more cordial. You know, it's funny how that works. Whereas in the UK, everyone knows their rights and I pay my road tax, and no one's, you know, half the people on the road today have never even been slapped in the face, let alone been seriously threatened. So why would they be scared? They, blah, 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 blah. You know, that's how they are with everything. And you're just like, wow, you are going to meet the wrong person one of these days. But, yeah. It's funny, I've never been asked this before, but the last time I changed my insurance quote, when I got the nav, they asked me if I wanted to add additional cover because of the rising issue of road rage. I'd never been asked that before, and I thought, wow, it really is that bad that even insurance is starting to incorporate that into quotes and stuff now. I'm like, well, I don't know if I'm the one who's going to be necessarily the victim of that. I might be on the other end. But, yeah. I'm going to have a quick pause for a second here, but you won't see a difference anyway. I don't want to try and record the whole event in case the data, you know, or my recording corrupts. So I'm going to try and do it in portions, just in case. So once we get on the straight, it'll be as good a time as any as the rain begins to get closer. I shall pause this one and then re-begin. And we're back. Like I said, you wouldn't really notice any difference, just a bit of a chop edit in there. But yeah, I don't want to record the whole 6 hours and then be like, your file's corrupted. So I'm going to do it in basically 6 hour sections for the audio, the video, everything. 50 seconds behind. I mean, to be fair, considering how much slower I am than him, that ain't too bad yet. 28 laps in, still less than a minute behind. Could be worse. Could be better, but could be worse. A couple of my previous laps have been getting a little bit slower, probably because I was just talking more. But yeah, this potential new vehicle that I'm looking at getting, like I said, it's another Navigator. I think, though, from what I can tell, when I was looking at it, it was one of those things where I could tell that something was off. Well, not off, something was different. And I couldn't quite initially place why, in my mind, I was seeing it as different to my car, even though it's the same. And it's a second-gen Navigator, same as mine. And then it suddenly clicked, and it was the gear stick. So the shifter is slightly different. And I think if I'm correct. I think it might be a 2005 Navigator that I'm looking at getting, whereas mine is a late 2005. And even though on paper you'd think, well, who cares? What difference does that make? Just first 6 months of the year or second 6 months of the year. In the case of a Lincoln Navigator, that's actually quite a big difference, because if it is one of those earlier ones, which it looks to be, it has an entirely different gearbox. And it will be interesting to find out if indeed it does, because mine, being the later half of 2005, has the 6-speed gearbox, which is the same ZF gearbox that you'll find in a Quattroporte, a Jag XK, Rolls-Royce Phantom, BMW 6 Series. Massively popular gearbox, loads and loads of cars use it. It's a great gearbox. The earlier ones, including, interestingly, the Celine, the sport truck, the S331, use, believe it or not, in the modern era, a 4-speed automatic, which is kind of crazy for a car in the 2000s. I would have thought we'd moved away from that, but yeah, apparently it's a long ratio 4-speed auto, which I'm really curious to try out, because when I called the dealer, they said I could take it for a test drive, which obviously I'm not buying a car that I haven't driven, unless it's a non-runner, like the Rolls was. But I'm very curious to see how the 4-speed, if it is that, I'm pretty sure it is, how it feels, or if it feels any different. I would imagine there's probably some upsides and downsides to it. I could easily imagine the 4-speed being probably less efficient, which isn't really ideal. But on the plus side, and I could be completely wrong here, but I could definitely see the 4-speed being stronger. Because with it being a 4-speed big old yank box, they are pretty good at handling torque. And even though the Navigator isn't crazy on torque, that same 4-speed is what, as I said, the Celine has. And the Celine is properly tuned compared to a Navigator. So the Nav has 300 horses, 360 torque. The Celine, as I said before, has 450 horses, 500 foot-pounds of torque, which is a lot. That's loads of torque. Not quite as much as the Touareg or Audi Q7 V12, but it's high. So if it can handle that kind of torque, I have no concern there. So I'm very curious to see how it feels. The revs... Depends on the ratios, really. I could see the revs in 4th gear on the motorway, especially if I'm only doing 60 mile an hour. Maybe not being that bad, really. Because if you have nice long gears, even, for example, Abe, the Continental, well, him and Bonnie, they've both only got 3-speed gearboxes. And even though they don't have rev gauges, when I had him on the Holly Sniper for a while, which had the ECU and everything that came with it, it told me the revs of the engine. And I would very rarely be, like, above 2,000 revs on the motorway. And even that is higher than some American cars would typically be. But yeah, it's basically like a diesel engine. You're not really turning that many revs, and that's partially due to obviously the ratios of the gears. So if you can get a 3-speed to do that, and in theory you could get even a 1 or 2-speed to do that, I'm sure that 4th gear is probably quite nice for cruising. But it really depends more so on how the ratio of 4th feels and is on the motorway compared to the ratio of 6th in the ZF, because I'm not exactly sure what economy I get out of mine, but I feel like the 4 could easily be worse. We'd have to see, though. We'd have to see. Even if it is worse, if it's a tougher box, it's not a bad trade-off, really. But yeah, the car's more expensive than what I paid for mine, but mine's completely standard, so that's not surprising, really. More importantly, this other one has done 20,000 less miles, which is a pretty substantial difference, of course. Mine had 97,000 when I bought it. It's now got 101, so I've already done 4. This other one's got 80, so it's still not like low mileage by any means, but I only do about maybe 10,000 miles a year, so it's not crazy really. And usually that 10,000 miles tends to be split between the 3 cars anyway. So if I'm only doing 10,000 miles a year, what that really means is that's like 2 years worth of my driving. Is it just me, or have my front tyres worn down quicker? I feel like they have. Maybe not, I don't know. I guess not actually, we've used about half the fuel tank, so I guess it's not that crazy. And here we are continuously meeting this Diablo who's blocking my way every single time, because that's literally all he's good for. Thankfully the rain still hasn't come over. Need to have a quick look actually, how many laps have we got left? 11. Again, I feel like my chances of this one being more fortuitous Then again, maybe not. I was going to say it could be in, what am I thinking of? IM. The IM tyres. Intermediates. That's the one. Angry! It could be the right time to go to those if it was going to rain really badly. And there is a bit of blue there, but I don't know. Knowing my luck, whichever decision I make will be the wrong one. But, hey. And he has dropped his racing softs, and he's gone to mediums instead. 53 seconds behind. More Diablos getting in my way. If you could refrain from doing that and move, that would be great. So yeah, this other navigator's got modified lights, doors, rims, a couple of interior upgrades or mods, and, most notably, especially these days, a full custom paint job. Now, a custom paint job is not the end of the world to me, in terms of like, oh, I must have a custom paint job. Like, if I buy a car, it's because I already like the way it looks. But if, as in the case of this one, a cool one comes up, I wouldn't say no to it. But the sheer cost of a good quality, especially custom paint job, it's so expensive. Thousands and thousands of pounds to get a good paint job. And it's not even like wrapping's cheap either. Wrapping's thousands of pounds either as well, if you get a car fully wrapped. And it looks like a nice quality job. It's like when you open the doors and the bonnet and stuff, the paint is actually in everywhere. It's not like they're just, well, they're not using a brush obviously, but you know what I mean. It's not just a quick thing. And much like mine, it's come from Japan, which would also lead me to believe that it's had a lot of love poured into it. And, you know, regardless of love, it had a lot of money put into it, that's for sure. The rims are a couple of grand. The paint, I mean, I don't even know what the paint would have cost. Probably somewhere between 5 and 10 grand. It's got pinstriping done on it too. I don't personally really care. Bonnie's got some pinstriping on the boot. It's not really my thing, but sure, why not? The upgraded headlights, I think they're $400 or $500. For some weird reason, they've upgraded the rear view mirror, the inside mirror, the centre one. They've taken that off and they've put a camera there instead. So it's got like a full-on screen instead of a mirror. Part of me doesn't like that idea because of redundancy. You know, what if the screen breaks? I guess in the case of a Navigator, and anyone who's been in one will know this, the side mirrors are so gigantic that it doesn't matter too much if that centre mirror is out of commission. But I think the only thing I can think of is that they would have done that, so it's one of those mirrors where you can like swipe the screen and use it as a rear view mirror and a parking camera at the same time by like swiping it so that the angle's facing straight down, or I guess feasibly any angle you want to swipe it to. I think it's one of those. I've never had a car with that in, but it looks like one of those. But yeah. Plus, I'll admit, the LPG on mine is totally pointless. It's a cool thing to have, and obviously it's expensive to do, but I've never used it once. It works, but I've never used it. There's not that many places to fill it up, and as well as completely removing the spare wheel, which isn't exactly ideal, because where the spare wheel was is where the LPG tank is now. More importantly, and we found this out recently, unfortunately, so that's how far you can go onto the grass. We found this out recently, which is getting it serviced. So I did the engine oil, filter, gearbox oil, and we were going to do the filter as well, but it was okay. And cue the comments of, you should have done the filter as well. I wanted to do the plugs. And I may end up not using the plugs that I bought because I decided to go in for high quality ones. I got these Iridium spark plugs, and they're preset, so they've already got the right gap, blah blah blah. But apparently the Navigator is one of those cars where it does not like anything that isn't OEM spec. So you basically have to go for, like, I think it's the Motorcraft ones, that because obviously it's a Ford Triton engine. So you have to go for the Motorcraft plugs because that's what it was designed for. And the Escalade was the same. Back when I had the Escalade, it needed a new O2 sensor. Thankfully it was the downstream one, so it was right underneath the car, easy to get to. And I replaced it for, what was it now? think it might have been Denso. Might have been a Denso sensor, something like that. And it worked for about 5 minutes. Brand new. And worked for like 5 minutes and then immediately had the problem again. And then I paid significantly more money. I think it was like literally 6 times the price for a GM original part. Never had the problem again. It's a shame. It's a shame. I feel like that's a distinctly modern car problem. And I know it isn't, but it certainly feels like a distinctly modern car problem where if you don't use that exact right pin, the car is programmed, or the ECU is programmed to recognise the difference and reject it, kind of thing. Which, it doesn't always work that way, but you could be forgiven for thinking that it does. The rain is getting closer. Never know. You never know. It might work out nicely for tyres and fuel. We shall see. Let's have another look at the fuel. 8 laps, so no worries there. Yeah, I don't know, doesn't look to me like I need those tyres yet. I'll have a bit of a zoom in on the next straight again and see, because there is that bit of blue in the middle. You can guarantee that bit of blue is going to come straight over. In fact, it does look like it's going to come straight over. But at the same time, how long is it going to be there for? Because I highly doubt it's going to be... I can't even remember what lap I pitted in on now. It must have been... what was it, 50? No. Later than that, I think. I don't see the rain or the wet sticking around for enough laps to go for a full pit rotation, and I don't really want to have the tyres wearing down super quick, which they will, just for the sake of that. It could gain me some time, I guess, especially when the next closest car is still near enough 30 seconds ahead, so getting up to that podium is going to be a bit of a challenge. Decisions. More time wasters. Has he? Wow. Get lost. Ooh. Hello. So that's why the Ferrari was trying to get in my way so much. Thank you, bye-bye. I find it curious as well how, I guess maybe it's because I picked the Pennzoil and it has less power in the lower point level, but how much quicker some of the other cars feel. Which to me then, again, that's like, how is this pepper thing supposed to work then? So, if it's about, get lost, if it's about Sophie being genuinely better, you shouldn't need to restrict my car artificially to make it more of a challenge. Sophie should just be genuinely better. So, yeah, I don't get it. I don't get that whole approach to making it more of a quote-unquote challenge by making your car worse. That's not how it works. even in actual Super GT racing, if I recall correctly, unless they've changed it, I seem to recall that the way the penalties, or not penalties, but the way Super GT 500 and that works is that if a car is winning, like after a victory, then it has to have like more ballast or something because of that. Again, I could be remembering wrong, or that might have changed, but I seem to recall that's how they do it. Well, this isn't that. This is like arbitrarily starting at a disadvantage already. Not a fan. Not a fan! You're not having my slipstream, thank you very much. Begone! Really? Really? Yeah, suddenly my brakes don't work, huh? How convenient. Yeah, I'd move if I were you too. Oh, you want to be a drift car, do you? More cars to get in my way. No, you can stay back there. Yeah. How about you try and turn sometime today? Just try full throttle instead. Still got decent enough fuel for now, and my laps aren't dropping really. Not enough to justify pitting in anyway. That blue is getting closer, but it's pretty slow. So I don't know, I still feel like the intermediates are going to just wear out too quick. But then again, like I said, if I don't pick them, then you can guarantee we'll be sitting in 10 laps of puddle. And at least in the rain they don't wear down that bad. Presuming that the wear is still like that. Certainly how it is at Le Mans. Well, we've made up more spots at least, for now. At least one of which we will immediately, in fact probably both actually, I'll lose when I pit in anyway. I should probably have a bit more strategy and plan to my pits so that I can get in and out a little earlier perhaps, rather than just pushing it to the limit every time, but yeah, to go back to the point of this dealership, I've called them twice so far. I only spoke briefly on both occasions, and the conversation was fine. But the car isn't necessarily ready to be driven away. And I'm the kind of person where two things that I don't do, or one thing that I don't do, one thing I do when I go to look at a car. Number one, I don't haggle. And I know a lot of people do, but I can't be bothered. my stance on that is you either want the car or you don't. If you need to haggle, it ain't the car for you. Because if you need to haggle in the first place, then clearly you can't afford to run it. And I know there's more to it than that, but that's just my stance. If I want the car, I'm there, and I'm there to buy it. And if I can't afford it, or if I don't want to pay that price, don't make the trip. Second thing is, on a similar vein, I don't go to look at a car unless I have already the intention of buying it. And I don't mean to the degree of having rose-tinted goggles, obviously. I mean, I've never been, and I can't stand, tyre kickers, time wasters. People who are just like, well, I kind of just wanted to have a look at this car. I don't actually have the money yet. I'd need to sell mine first. I need to do this, need to do that. Oh, so you're not buying a car then, in other words. You can't afford it. You've already got a car that you need to get rid of, blah, blah, blah. Don't like those people. Don't want to be one of those people. So I want to try and arrange it so that I know where I stand already in terms of the other car. I want to know that I'm not going to waste my time driving to literally the other side of the country to view the car, test drive the car, potentially buy the car, and swap over my private plate, etc. to the new car. Because I'm not in the habit of driving, 4 to 5 hours of a round trip to do a test drive. That ain't my idea of a fun day. It's just a waste of time if that happens. So, it sounded fine on the call. The car has been UK registered, but it doesn't have a current MOT. Which is, it's fair. It's a dealer selling the car, so it's been sat on the forecourt, so it didn't really surprise me, to be honest. And obviously, you can fudge an MOT to get it through when it really shouldn't, but you can always say that, so to some degree you always have to kind of trust that. But today I called. Apparently the chap was about to head into the office, tick off on your bingo card how many times you've heard a dealer say that, and he needed to take a look about the MOT situation and he'd get back to me. That was at midday, and as I said, I started making this video after 5 PM, which doesn't surprise me in the slightest that he didn't call back, but to me that's just... it's just a bad look, And I'm aware that people are busy, but at the end of the day, you're a car dealer. Do you want to sell cars or not? Because if you can't be bothered to call back a potential customer, especially someone who has not only made it quite clear by calling more than once that they are genuinely interested, but also someone who's actively trying to arrange a day to go and buy the car, not just look at it, but actually buy the car and drive it away the same day. What are you doing? I mean, there's fumbling the ball, and then there's that. Clearly, my man ain't working on commission, because otherwise he'd have some fire under him. And I just don't get that, But hey, it's a bit of a weird market for buying cars at the moment, anyway, and certainly for selling them. When it comes to classics and American stuff, the market is definitely dropped. The values aren't there, as I've said before. The value of a car doesn't really matter if nobody's interested in paying it. And it means that you can get some good deals. Plus it's January, so I would say that's probably usually quite a good time if you are going to look, because, these kind of months around Christmas, pre and post, they're not usually the kind of times where people are looking to throw huge amounts of money at a car. Some will, most won't. They've got other things to do, more important things. If anything, most people just want their car to last through the winter kind of thing. But, like I said, we'll see how it goes. It's certainly not the end of the world if I keep the car that I've got, and I'll freely admit that aside from the advantage of the 20,000 miles less, which is a very significant advantage, I mostly just want the other one because, it's a whim. Or not, I guess you could say it's a whim, yeah. It's just the want of something that's a more special version, a more flashy version, a more silly version, and I say silly in a very literal way here, because if you see the car, if I end up getting the car, you'll definitely understand what I mean when I say silly. If it doesn't work out, oh no, I've got to keep the one I've got. Horrific. So, at least it's not one of those situations which I have been in the past where it's like I really need to get a different car, and I kind of have to get something at least for the meantime where I can rely on it, that's essentially how I ended up getting the Daihatsu, which obviously worked out really well. I was very fortunate on that occasion because it ended up being a great little car, and I didn't even plan to keep it for, I was going to have it for, I don't know, probably 3 months or something at the most, I ended up having it for nearly 2 years. So we've got 1.8 laps left. Question is, do I want to try and push it for that other lap? Because my laps aren't too bad. They're still in the 206 region anyway. Do I want to push it for another lap? Because that other car's only 4 seconds behind. I don't know. I don't know. What's the weather looking like? Getting awfully close to that blue. I feel like I might push it that extra lap. And then we're a bit closer to the weather. Plus, yeah, I think maybe I will go for those tyres, you know. Because as long as it's taking to get here, that blue is coming in, and it's going to be straight over us. So it is going to be wet. Unless the game suddenly has a completely different meaning of what the blue is. So, yeah. End of this lap, time to pit, fill the fuel, slap him on some rain tyres. I'll probably end up regretting it, but hey. At least I tried. And that'll definitely make up some time if it does rain. And if it rains badly through that blue section, or at least badly enough to slow the cars down in front, then that'll definitely work to my favour. Because the next car's 25 seconds. 25 seconds can become 2 seconds real quick once you start getting slip sliding. And technically, I only really need to make up one more position and keep it to have that podium. Higher would be nicer, of course, but like I said, I'm not expecting that. To be fair, he's still within a minute. Not bad. I expected him to be significantly further ahead by now, so that's actually not bad. Maintaining roughly the same kind of distance behind between all the differences in pit stop and all that. So they've all just entered lap 42. Okay, so that gives me a bit more of a visual on how far ahead they are. And yes, I am now going to do the pit. And intermediates. Let's risk it and find out. Four and a half hours remaining. I wish there was more dirt going on, where the car actually looks like it's, you know, been through a race. That'd be a cool little feature to have in a game. I don't know if any games have done this, but if you had some damage on the car, like I've got on the front, say you have like a cracked headlight or something, it'd be cool. Oh, I thought I'd forgotten to do the right tyres then. It would be cool if, when you pit in, if you had a cracked headlight or something like that, that when you come out of the pits, and you don't need a fancy animation for it, just when you come out of the pits, have like duct tape, like around the light. You know, like that famous Porsche 917 finish, which has got the duct tape all around the lights. That would be a really cool little touch. And even if you only had it for endurance races, that would just add so much more fun and like personality and charm to the immersion. I feel like that'd be a really cool little thing to do. Quite a small thing, really, because if you think about it, it probably wouldn't really take that much extra effort to do that. Because if you consider it, it's a static visual. And you've already got the static visuals going on the car in the form of the damage in the first place. So you'd essentially just be like layering that extra one over the top of it, which seems pretty doable to me. But yeah, like I said, what do I know? So we've dropped to 7th again, which is unfortunate, but I'm really hoping hoping and wishing upon a star that we'll get some proper puddle action going and make up some ground. Am I still in frame? Close enough. Definitely a bit on the heavy side through there with these tyres. Can feel the difference for sure. And one of the things that I'm really holding out hope for is that this blue section hangs around, because that's been moving across the map so slowly that should last a decent amount of time. And obviously the longer the wetness lasts, the better. Please, please, give me a break. Unbelievable. So now, unsurprisingly, I am not to a crazy degree. It's still under a minute and a half, but yeah, definitely lost time, of course. It was always going to happen. What was that supposed to be? Little pocket of aquaplaning going on there. So 5 seconds ahead, so at least one of these here should be one of the cars that I'm chasing down. And really, this is the time that matters the most in terms of seeing if it's going to gain me any ground, because this is when they haven't had the chance to upgrade their tyres yet. Well done, you managed to get around a turn. Good for you. And we've made up a couple of seconds, so yeah, he's definitely not keeping up the same pace in the lead, because I'm pretty sure I was like a minute 29 or something behind, and he's pitted as well. Well, no, one of them is pitted. Scusi! Scusi! Yeah, keep your little blinker on. In you go. Ta-ta! Have fun. Still not up into the top 3 though. And they're on hards, softs and mediums. Really? Really? I'd like to see how they're driving right now. Clearly their pace has slowed, because I'm definitely gaining. That's another 2 seconds closer. Just give me some donut action, just slide straight off the track. It would, them, I mean, not me. That would just give me so much joy to see him flitting around in the sand. Based on how slow the blue's going, I mean, might even be 2 pit-ins worth at this rate. It's going so slow across the map, which, hey, for once I'll actually say that is fine by me. There he goes. For a tyre change. There's no way I'm going to catch him in that time, of course, but it will make up some ground, more importantly, on hopefully the other 2. I don't recall how much quicker than me, because I guess technically they're still quicker than me in qualifying. So maybe I won't ultimately get the chance for a podium, but I would like to try and aim for at least 3rd if I can. That would be better. But it would be kind of poetic to finish in something like 4th or 5th, I guess, given what I was saying earlier on about my love for stuff like Panos and Cadillac. But we'll see. So, has he stuck to mediums? Because if so, that is... No, he's going to... I was going to say, that would be... that's a choice. Sticking on mediums, like, no, I will brave it. Slap on the traction control, Jeeves, and give it some. Track's looking nice and wet. Not as much of an advantage now, unfortunately for me, now that they've got the tyres, but generally speaking, I don't find the AI is usually that great at driving in the rain, even with the correct tyres, so we'll have to see if that benefits me. Because again, it is Sophie 3.0 after all, so probably won't make enough of a difference. 20 seconds behind. Feels like an absolute crawl when you're driving like this. Where's B-Spec when you need it? You see all the going around the track in what was it? Three times speed or 4 times speed? Three times speed. Back in the GT4 era, because you could do a 24-hour race in 8 hours. If only we still had the luxury. Although that would be extremely boring, probably for you guys to watch. Imagine that as a live stream. B-Spec 24-hour endurance race live stream. Be like watching the stock market in real time. Oh, who's in the lead now? What does the lettering on the screen say? What does the little dot shooting around the map look like now? And now I have the tough decision. Do I tell him to push harder, knowing that will definitely mean he'll fly straight off on the next corner, despite the fact these are supposedly professional drivers? Oh, decisions. Still about 20 seconds, so it's a shame. Haven't really made up as much ground as I was hoping to. Do you see that then? It looked like my ghost was there for a second. I'm seeing ghosts. I'm scared. Part of me kind of wishes that they'd made a version of the Lincoln Navigator that had that diesel V10. I think it was, what, was it 6.7 or 6.8, I think it was, V10 that they put into some of the Ford Excursions, I think it was, something like that. I remember I featured it in that V10s video that I did a couple of years back. I seem to recall that those engines have some issues, I think. But then again, I mean, look at how many cars I've had where people have horror stories about the engines. The Navigator, it's got a Triton engine. Those engines have plenty of horror stories. The Touareg V10, one of the kings of horror stories. Mine was great. Never had a single engine issue at all. That was on a 6-figure mileage car when I bought it, let alone after I got rid of it. But yeah, I just feel like the diesel V10 engine in a Navigator would be kind of cool. Not necessarily any quicker, but it'd be interesting to see the difference on fuel. Might be able to crack, I don't know, maybe the low 20s in terms of MPG, instead of more like 15 to 18, depending on average or around town. Because I thought I was getting 21, 22 motorway, but I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. It would make sense if I was getting somewhere around 19 on the motorway in the Navigator, because at least then it would feel more like the Cadillac Escalade having cylinder shutdown, or displacement on demand, as they sometimes call it. At least that would make more sense that I was getting 21-ish out of that back when I had that car. Because you'd like to think if you're shutting down half of the entire engine, I mean, have some effect, please. Save me some fuel. Whereas the Ford's full-time 5.4. So it would make sense if it was. Because like the Escalade is a 6.2 V8, but then with the shutdown, more like a 3.1 V4, so it should use significantly less fuel. But a lot of owners disable that because, well, it's pretty obvious once you think about it. If you're driving a car in a calm way all the time, you're basically only ever using half of the engine. And if you're only using half of the engine, well, you're still going to have to replace the whole thing when it wears out, which seems kind of a shame, because you've got half of a good engine and half of an engine that's worn out, just paired together, which obviously doesn't help as well if you do floor it, because now you've got two halves of your engine which are wearing at different rates, trying to work together. It's a cool idea on paper, but yeah, it doesn't surprise me too much that a lot of owners disable that. The Lincoln equivalent of that, or at least the closest thing that I've seen, isn't engine related. The closest thing I've seen on the Navigators is a lot of owners, when the air suspension packs up, they just put it on springs instead. And I can't say I'm too surprised. I would imagine it's probably not really that crazy of a job, because being based on a Ford F-150 chassis, I'm sure you can get springs from an F-150 potentially and put those on instead. Probably has the same bolt mounting points and everything. But yeah, I'm not sure what I'd do. I'm not sure. I feel like I might just... I guess it depends. Depends. Because if it were the air compressor, that's not usually too crazy. But if it's the bags themselves, that's a bit more of a job and potentially a lot more money if you need to replace multiple ones. So it would depend, I think. It would depend on the job. Because back when I had my Touareg, literally day one of driving the Touareg, because I had to wait for a couple of days for my insurance to reach the start date. First day driving my car, I drove it to the cinema and it just slammed on the ground. Not while I was driving, thankfully, but it just, I pulled off the drive and it was just on the floor, like super harsh, like a go-kart, and it just would not lift. And it turned out there was, I think there was a split in a hose somewhere, but more importantly it needed a new air compressor. And even on the Volkswagen, because usually, and anyone who's owned cars from different countries will typically know this all too well, typically German cars tend to be more expensive on parts, especially if you're talking prestige stuff or performance stuff. It's one of the reasons why Jags are so good. Jags tend to be about a third, if not a quarter of the price for many equivalent parts, if you compare it to like a BMW M car or a Mercedes AMG. Mercedes is actually one of the worst when it comes to prices. They're really bad. It's one of the reasons why I've never got a modern one. Whereas Jags, much like Yanks, they don't tend to be that crazy. In fact, they're not crazy at all. Look at the classic Lincoln, for example. It's a 1968 car that you can still buy a brand new window motor for the electric window, for 25 quid. Brand new. 60 years later. Can't argue with that. But yeah, I'm not sure. Thankfully, because I hadn't had the Touareg for very long, the guy who I bought it from, who was a small dealer, ended up getting it fixed. Took absolutely ages to get it done, for no apparent reason, like over a month. And it does not take that long to get the part. But managed to get it done. I think it took that long because he was trying to get a mate to do it for better rates. Because obviously I could have just asked for my money back within the 30 days. I think he was probably trying to ride out the 30 days as well. But thankfully it went all right. And I never had an issue with that car again. No engine issues. Like I said, it had 100,000 miles on the clock already when I bought it. It's a 2006 car. I put 17,000, I think, miles on it in about a year and a half that I had it. I think to this day that's actually the most miles I've put on any car that I've had. And in all that time, aside from just maintenance, like changing the tyres here or changing the pads there, the only actual issue which I ever had turned out to be a mechanical user error, or a mechanic's user error, which must have been before my time, I think, because it wasn't something I'd had done, which was I went to review a car. And funnily enough, you can pinpoint exactly when this would have happened, because it was when I went to review the Aston Martin Vanquish, which of course is still on the channel. It's actually one of the worst reviews I've ever done in terms of just nobody's watched it. But I drove a Vanquish S, like the old school 2005 like Vanquish. And I finished driving the car, super fun day, came to driving back, got in the Touareg, pressed the engine start, nothing. Or actually no, it wasn't nothing. It attempted. It kind of attempted to turn over, but there's just not enough power. The guy who was there kindly tried to give me a jump start with the leads off of his Land Rover. Didn't work, wasn't enough juice. Still trying, but wasn't enough. So I called out the breakdown cover. Turns out all it was is the secondary battery, because like many luxury cars, the Touareg has 2 batteries. The secondary battery, or I can't remember now, maybe it was the main battery, but it's the one that's under the front passenger seat anyway. I think that was the main battery, I want to say now. Yeah, being the starter motor it would have been. The terminal had just come off. And it's like, what? How? Like, I've never moved the seat, I've never had the terminal off, I've never changed the battery. And this was, I'd had the car for months, I'd done thousands of miles on it already. And it's one of those things where it shouldn't work itself loose. It should be tightened to the correct degree. But some mechanic, or whoever before, just, maybe actually when the new air compressor was put on, just hadn't done it up properly and it just slipped off. And what we think might have happened, really, get out of the way, man. Such a time waster. As I said, literally the only purpose of the Diablos in this race is to get in my way. What was I saying? Yeah, I reckon where they'd taken it off, it just... probably the vibrations of driving worked itself loose. And the reason why it was trying to start was obviously because the terminal was loose, but it was still kind of leaning on the terminal. So it was kind of getting some power through, but not enough. So, yeah, nice and simple. Just put it back on, tightened it up, drove home. And that was the only quote-unquote breakdown I ever had in that car. And that comes from one of the cars which you hear the most horror stories about. People are like, oh, don't get the V10, any work, you've got to get the engine out. Well, yeah. You don't say. You could say that about loads of cars. It doesn't matter if you have to take the engine out for work. It matters how often you need to. And in 17,000 miles, we never had to have the engine worked on at all, let alone take it out. So I feel like the horror stories about certain cars are just completely blown out of proportion. Usually, I might add, by people who've never owned one. So they're talking about stuff they know nothing about. And sure, you can have an issue with the car, but you can say that about any car. I think ironically, of all the cars I've had, of all the vehicles I've had, the one with the worst engine problem, technically, is Abe. And he's the car that I've had the longest. The entire time I've had Abe, which at this point is over 3.5 years, the longest I've had any car for. Well over 3.5 years, yeah, it was 4th of July 2022, I think it was. I don't think he actually has cylinder head gaskets. Which any mechanic or any mechanically minded person is cringing at the thought of that, because I've done 10,000 miles in that car since buying it in 2022, and I'm pretty sure that most, if not all of that time, he's had no cylinder head gaskets. And the reason why I've never got it done is because, speaking of having the engine out, that actually is one of those cars where you have to take the engine out to do that. Not only for the cylinder head gaskets, but for the exhaust manifold gaskets as well, because with the way the Lincoln engine bay is designed, it's shaped like a trough, so you just can't get to those things to get them off. You have to lift the engine straight up. And obviously most garages in the UK don't want to touch it. I do have an engine hoist, but my engine hoist isn't even rated to lift an engine that's that heavy. I mean, the engine and box, if you disconnect the box, I believe the 462 weighs still the best part of 400 kilos. It's a ridiculously heavy engine. It weighs like that engine weighs more than some cars. It weighs more than like a Ginetta G4, or like as much as a Ginetta. So I got a quote to do it. It's like £2,000. And in the grand scheme of things, for a specialist, especially a classic car specialist, it's not as bad as it could be. It's not as bad as it sounds. But it's just like, well, he was £10,000 to begin with. And I don't know if I want to put a fifth of his entire price into getting that done. The obvious answer is, of course, what are you talking about? Get it done, or the engine ain't going to last. But I know it's not going to last. And the thing is, I've had so much enjoyment out of that car, and I've already had plans for so long to motor swap him to something else anyway when the engine does go bang, if it goes bang. Because here's the other thing, as crazy as it is to do 10,000 miles on a car that doesn't have a cylinder head gasket, or barely has one left, he just keeps going. The car just doesn't stop. He doesn't pour white smoke. The only real way that you can notice that it's an issue, he's always had a misfire, which has varied depending on whether or not I had the fuel injection system on there. But he drinks coolant. He drinks coolant so quick, and he takes a lot of coolant, and he gets through it real fast. And obviously that's a telltale sign of a cylinder head gasket being going, if not gone. I don't think there's a crack in the block, which obviously that would be even bigger of an issue. I think his block is... yeah, his block's probably going to be okay. I mean, it's like the blocks on those Lincolns, especially in the case of one like mine, the 462 MEL. As I've said before, it's an iron block, so it's crazy strong anyway. But those blocks are so thick, the walls of the block are so thick, that you can literally, as far as I understand, bore and stroke one of those Continental engines to near enough 10 litres of engine capacity on the standard block, because it's so thick with larger pistons, etc. And there are very few cars that you can bore out by the best part of 3 litres. That is ridiculous. But very cool. I'm trying to think what cube would that be? That'd be something like, because like I said, he's a 462, which is big anyway, but that's got to be like a 630 cube, probably more. That might be more than that, I think. I think a 630 might be a 9 litre, so yeah, a lot more. That might be close to 700 cube. That's an insane amount of engine. But part of the reason why I do want to motor swap him, rather than trying to get the engine fixed... oh, I didn't realise I got up to 3rd. It's not going to last very long, of course, because of my tyres, but... timing ain't too bad, though, actually. I'm saying about that. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Because most of the worst of... get on the road! Most of the worst of the wetness is past. So yeah, once again, pretty good on timing. There's a few little spots of wet on the road, but nothing too crazy. Get around the corner. Get around the corner! Shut up. But yeah, because the old Lincoln engines, they're a bit like a Rolls-Royce engine. Way more powerful, way more torque, way better. But similar to a Rolls in as much as usually it's not the kind of engine that people would tune, because why would you? You can, but you have to put a lot of money into it, because barely anyone makes parts for stuff like that, so you either have to do it yourself or go to one of the very, very few companies who make modification parts for them. And in the case of the Lincolns, most people who are going to do that, they literally just drop an LS into it. And you're immediately putting out better numbers than the old engine had anyway. Which ain't too much of a surprise, really. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change my tyres. Let's go for hards. And that's not too far off, another hour gone. But yeah, his engine is very impressive in its own way, but it's impressive to a certain degree. So it's... no thank you. His engine's impressive for its age especially, and for what the engine's purpose is, because obviously it's not a performance engine. It's a... well, they were called either the bulldozers or torque monsters, and that's what they are. They're just low-end, monstrous pulling power. They sound fantastic, but most people don't do much to them, and there's not really much point. You can do a bit more to the 460s than the 462s, but still not a huge amount compared to like an LS engine or whatever. A couple of people have done stuff like Viper swaps into Lincolns, but you do have to make a lot of room for that. At least one guy has put a Mercedes V12 into one of the later ones from the 70s. I believe that took him, I want to say it was something like 2 years, might have been more, to fabricate that. And obviously I don't want Abe off the road for 2 years. And another guy put a Cummins 6BT, which is the straight 6 litre, I think it is. Straight 6 diesel. Lovely engine. Some would say overrated compared to some other diesels, but rated for a reason, really. Not huge on performance, obviously, but you don't usually put a Cummins in for performance. It tends to be because it's, again, just a tank of an engine. But the problem, ironically, for a car that has a 7.6 to begin with, is that the Cummins 6BT actually doesn't fit in a Lincoln. And as soon as you explain why, it makes total sense. It's a straight 6. And obviously, being a V8, the banks are only 4 cylinders long, whereas the Cummins 6BT is a straight 6, so it's actually a very long engine. And those Cummins engines are heavy. They are heavy engines. Iron block as well, just like the Lincoln. And they weigh about as much. I think the 6BT might even be even heavier than the Lincoln V8. They're such heavy engines. On paper, don't really sound that impressive. So for example, the 4BT, which is a 4 litre straight 4, which is probably what I would use if I were to use one, you're looking at literally like 105 horsepower out of a 4 litre diesel and about 265 torque. So really not that impressive, but the thing is, it's all mechanical and you get upwards of 20 to the gallon out of it. And again, you've got to remember it's not a modern diesel, plus it is still big, 4 litre, and they can handle a lot, especially when it comes to torque. And if I recall correctly, with a better pump, and if you upgrade, I think it's a turbo upgrade, I want to say it was something like maybe a 70mm turbo, something like that on there, that immediately takes it from 105 horses to 170, and it takes the torque from 265 to something like 450 foot-pounds, which is just a ridiculous improvement immediately. I think I'm going to also break up this recording again as we get out onto the straight now for part 2, and like I said, you won't notice much of a difference, and we will now do that. And we're back. Like I said, you shouldn't notice much of a difference, if any. But yeah, so as I've said before, I really love diesels. I love high-performance diesels. The only thing that I don't like about them is just the sound. There's so little going on in terms of noise. And I know some people love, the big whistling turbos and all that, but it just doesn't do it for me. I've never really been a turbo sound kind of guy. It's cool enough, but I prefer just a nice big beefy V8 sound, or a screaming V12. I would say V8s and V12s are probably my 2 overall favourites. I love a nice V16, but it's not like that's really an option. So for Abe, I've had so many different ideas of engines I put in there, because the thing is, at the end of the day, I think somebody quoted me, I can't remember exactly what the price was. I think it was something like $5 grand or $7 grand or something like that for an engine rebuild. I'm not paying that for an engine rebuild. Some people would say, oh, you should, imagine how much more you should get out of it. Sure. But again, the car was 10. I'm not putting 70% of the car's value into just rebuilding the engine, especially when I've already had great use out of it. I've had it for, July 2022 until now. That's a nice long run, especially by my standards. I very rarely, if ever, in fact, I've never had another car for that long. And I've had so much fun, so many memories with that engine. And I just kind of like the idea of a change, Like I said before, my dream would be the turbine idea, but of course that ain't going to happen. Realistically, I narrowed it down to a couple. Of course, in the members section, I did buy an engine that I was going to do. Ended up not using it. Ended up building the Rolls instead. But yeah, I picked up one of the best V8 swaps you can do, technically, as anyone who's familiar with them will confirm. A 1UZ. I bought a Lexus, so technically Toyota 1UZ FE, I believe it was, from a Lexus LS400, known to be one of the best V8 engines ever made in terms of reliability. They just keep going. They just keep going and going and going. Aluminium block, I think it was. Not too crazy in terms of spec. 4 litre V8, naturally aspirated, 260 horse, 260 torque. So not really that impressive, like I said. You can get huge numbers out of them if you want to. In the case of mine, though, I feel like 2 things put together. Number 1, Abe's engine, the 7.6, is rated at 340 horses. 260 to 340 isn't that crazy of a difference. So although it might be slower, obviously the torque difference would be the main thing, 260 compared to 485, so you definitely feel that. But I think what might make a bigger difference there, if I had done that, is actually the weight. Because those Lexus engines are very, very lightweight. I want to say the whole thing weighs like, I think it might have been like 130 kilos, something like that, compared to, like I said, the best part of 400 kilos for Abe's engine. So a pretty huge difference in weight. And that, you know, that would make a difference to the car. It would probably make more of a difference through corners than anything, but still a difference. You'd be getting over 20 to the gallon, and my original idea was to use the Lexus engine, because I had the engine, the ECU, the gearbox. Ended up that I didn't have all of the keys, unfortunately, so I would have had to have put it on a standalone ECU pretty much to get it to get around the immobiliser problems, which those are known for. Wherein it doesn't want to basically work with you unless you've got the correct key. But the plan was to remove the gearbox and use the standard 3-speed Lincoln box and just make an adapter plate for the Lexus engine. Would have been interesting to see how that would work, because obviously the Lexus engine is a bit more rev happy than the Lincoln, not by a crazy amount, but a bit more. And with the super long ratio 3-speed, would have been curious to see how it compared. I think it would have almost certainly been better on fuel, regardless of the gear ratios. Likewise with the diesel. Another reason why I like the idea of a Cummins engine is because, you know, long, low gear ratios, it's perfect for a diesel. But yeah, I don't know what I'd do. Realistically, I think I'd probably have him on the driveway for a little bit while I make my mind up. Don't want to make any rash purchases and buy an engine that I then change my mind about. I also considered a Volvo engine, believe it or not, a B8 444S, which is what they put in the S80 Volvos and the XC90, the SUV. It's the, was it 4.4 or 4 litre V8, I can't recall now, but it's the one that Yamaha built for them. And it's essentially like the baby Lexus LFA engine that nobody talks about. Time remaining 4. Thanks. But yeah, it was this engine made by Yamaha for Volvo, and it's just a really interesting bit of kit. Lightweight. Volvo, of course, likes to fit their engines transversely, so they're sideways. And so Yamaha built them this engine that had an extremely narrow V-bank. Quite high revving. It's a Yamaha, so no surprise there. Lightweight, not huge on spec, about 310, I think it was, 315 horses. Not great on torque though. And the other problem is you never really see the engine for sale alone. And buying an entire Volvo with that engine isn't worth stripping down. You know, it would just be kind of a waste of a car. So the combination of the lack of torque, being a bit too high revving, just, it doesn't quite suit the vibe of an old American car. So I think the smartest choice would be an M113 or an M113K. And some of you, very few of you probably, because not that many people will watch the video anyway, but some of you, your eyes will have just lit up because you know exactly what that is. That is, of course, one of the most legendary performance V8s of all time, and considered to be one of the best engines from this particular brand that they've ever made. And I'd be inclined to agree. It's a Mercedes engine from the E55 AMG, 5.4 V8. The M113, which might be the one I go for, is the naturally aspirated version that you'll find in, to this day, my favourite Mercedes I've ever driven, the old school 90s E55. So 5.4 V8, naturally aspirated, 350 horses, and 390 torque. So not bad numbers at all. Near enough 400 foot-pounds from a naturally aspirated 5.4. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. And obviously the Mercedes is already a 2-ton car. The ML55 uses that engine as well, and that's even heavier, so you know that it can shift the weight. And again, significantly lighter engine than the big block American V8. The M113K is even spicier, because the M113K is what you'll find in the W211 shape Mercedes E55. And although that might not sound familiar, it should be familiar to my fellow Gran Turismo fans, because the Mercedes E55 that we used to have in Gran Turismo has that engine. So it's still a 5.4 V8, but it's the K version, which of course stands for compressor, which means it's a supercharged 5.4 V8. So instead of 350 horses, it has 470, and instead of 390 torque, I believe it's something like 490 or 495. So legitimately more torque than the big block that Abe's got already. So finally, like a worthy takeover of an engine, but with that massive advantage on power, from 340 horses in his form to 470. So boy would I feel the difference. Still, I would put it onto the 3-speed, because that's just, you know, you can't not. That's such a hot rod thing to have. And I've got a feeling, you know, in fact, I'm almost certain, it'd probably still be better on fuel. You'd probably still get up around maybe 20 to the gallon out of him instead of 10, which is what he does now. So yeah, that would be the ideal. Again, you don't tend to see those engines on their own all that often. You can find an M113 occasionally, but I feel like for the money that I'd spend on it, I'd probably be better off just getting the K. You know, for the sake of however much extra, to have a supercharger, a newer engine, and so much more power, like 120 extra horses, I feel like that's kind of worth it, you know? Rather than swap into an engine which has only got 10 horsepower more. Weighs less, but still, only 10 horsepower more. And at least then, if anything, I shouldn't notice any drop in torque, because it's got more. So it should feel probably at least similar on torque. Because, funny thing about torque and horsepower, you can drive two cars that on paper should feel similar, but they really... What was that? Suddenly swerved. I think it's my controller. Two cars that should feel more similar than you would think, that actually feel wildly different. Perfect example from my past is if you compare a Maserati Quattroporte to the Jag XKR. They're both 4.2 V8s. Obviously the Maserati is the naturally aspirated Ferrari V8. It's basically a F430 engine in a different tune. The Jag is the 4.2 supercharged. And in terms of spec, they don't seem too far off each other. Maserati's 400 horses, Jag's 410, 420. Obviously the Jag has more torque, but that's the funny part. The Jag has 420 horses and about 420 torque. The Maserati has 400 horses, 340 torque, and in a bigger, heavier car. Just under 2 ton. So, on paper, the Maserati should feel like it has no pulling power and that it's too big and too heavy. And yet, totally the opposite. Again, even on paper, the Jag is quicker. 4.9 to 60. The Maserati's more like 5.5, 5.6 to 60. Because I had like the executive trim, which is not the Quattroporte GTS or anything like that. And yet, the Maserati felt quicker. And it felt quicker in any circumstance. It felt quicker off the line. It felt quicker for pulls. Really. It just felt quicker. Just consistently quicker. And I think part of it is because even though it had less torque, and this would make sense being a Ferrari engine, it just felt like a more responsive engine. Like as soon as you touch the throttle, the engine is like, oh, we're going, are we? Like, I'm ready. Whereas with the Jag, there was just a little bit more lag. The supercharger, of course, will have a bearing there, but I've driven the Jags with and without the supercharger, and it's kind of the same on both. It just feels like it's a bit of a lazier engine. So you've got the torque, but in a funny kind of way, it doesn't feel like it has more torque, which is weird. And why is my car suddenly feeling really slow on the straights? Weird. No, thank you. Get a move on. Oh, too bad. So sad. Into the pits he goes. And how's the weather looking? Yeah, totally fine for a while. Totally fine, totally fine. So still 6th, 23 seconds behind. I should probably focus on driving a little bit more for a bit. And considering that I have been talking for over 2 hours, probably give the old Natter box a break as well. As right on cue, the Lamborghini blocks me as usual. swear this controller. I'm going to smash it to pieces in a minute. What is going on here? Stop with the controller shake. This swerving is ridiculous. Get on with it. Really? Really? Get on the road. Again with the twitching. Cut it out. Is there suddenly rain on the track that I'm not aware of? Because you were getting real slip slidey. And there ain't nothing on the road. And those tyres are fine. I swear to God, man. feel like I'm fighting against the car, the tyres and the controller all at the same time. You can see it from the lap times too. Funny how the car is definitely becoming less consistent. I've noticed that a few times in these races, in the Let's Play. Wonder if that's in the main game as well. Because if you compare how I approach that corner, even with this level of tyre wear in the earlier races, or in the earlier laps I should say, I feel like it didn't have that much understeer. And the track isn't wet anymore. How about turning? You can wave that blue flag as much as you want. It doesn't do nothing. Get out of it. Feels like the controller needs to be like popped in and out, like the analog stick. Eight laps of fuel. Oh really, you want to go over there, do you? Join them in the stands, maybe? I think I need to get a new controller. Well, I guess in a funny kind of way, it adds to the endurance experience. Instead of the car having mechanical issues, the controller has. 19 seconds ahead, so, well, breaking into the 18s now, so looks like we're making up some time. And I managed to get actually up into 2:04. Not bad. Oh, look who it is. A car that may as well be a pace vehicle because it's so slow it shouldn't even be on the track. I have to have lapped this Lamborghini, what, 700 times by this point? Look how slow he is. Why are you even on the road? Should have paused to try and adjust the controller. That one's what I steer with. Oh look, the other slowest car in the world is on the track as well. Excuse me? No thank you. No thank you. No rain in sight for quite some time. Ooh, and popped up into 4th. Not that it matters too much, considering that we're going to be pitting in anyway. Yeah, try turning. What a good idea. Piece of junk. 70 laps. What? Look at this. Not even touching it. No wonder it can't turn properly. Let's try twisting him around. That seems a bit better. Never mind. This is going to be a long 3 hours. New fastest lap. No. Of course. Yeah. You need to change your head. Get on the road. Excuse me. Oh look, you can keep a straight line now. Probably for about 2 seconds. I'm wondering about changing up tactic a little bit, because at the moment nothing too much is really changing. I'm just kind of going back and forth and back and forth. So maybe I should try going to mediums, see how far that gets me, and see how it compares on lap. Because I don't really want to go all the way to softs. I mean, Matey in seconds on softs, to be fair, and he ain't doing bad. But, again, I just don't know how long they're realistically going to last. Get around the corner! So maybe I'll try mediums. And see. Because at the moment, especially with this controller nonsense, I'm just losing time. Let's just do it now. Getting sick of this. Mediums. At least we don't have to fill up quite as much fuel. Let's see if there is any difference. Probably not. Like I said, with this controller having a hissy fit, it's probably only so much of a difference it's going to make, but we'll see. It's not like the strategy of using hards is really helping me that much, if at all. Oh look, these don't turn either. Great. The real proof will be in the lap times. Scares me. Keep trying. Oh look, more of a sandbag. Ta-ta. Very curious to see how these tyres do compare. And even though I don't recall the laps that I pitted in on, I feel like comparing it to the fuel use will be as accurate of a gauge as any in terms of seeing when I need to pit. Because usually, as we saw at the start of the race, they were going down at a fairly similar rate. Definitely still got that controller understeer going on, which I don't understand why it's doing that, but... Well, hello. That's considerably closer. Let's count. Yeah, great. Let's see if we can't make up some ground. I feel like I haven't seen the Viper very much. I recall I think the Viper passed me at some point, but I think it might have been one that I overtook before. Might have even been that one, I can't remember now. Probably he was in the pit or something, overtook and didn't notice. You want to get out of my way? Good call. Well, hello. Oh, how's this then? Just get out of the way, man. They're still quicker on the straights, so I guess I must be making up some time in the corners. And it's obviously, it's not just cutting that last corner, because I ain't making up that much time doing that. If any, really. See, the problem is now, though, this is showing me that I do have the potential to be the quickest. Don't do that. Don't give me hope. I might even risk, you know, softs next time, just to see what kind of a difference we've got in tyre wear. Because these aren't too bad at all, but knowing my luck, it'll probably be a significant difference, because I don't do a huge amount of races that are this kind of length with this setup on tyre and fuel wear in GT7, so I'm not entirely sure how that would go in terms of how much quicker the softs will wear. But it's worth a try, I guess. I don't really have anything to lose, because even if they wear out quicker, I might make up a bit more time. Wonder what the outcome would have been so far if I'd have gone with mediums from the start then. Because as a general rule, I pretty much always go for hards for endurance, because my approach to endurance racing tends to always be not to necessarily try to be the quickest, just go the longest between pits. And then just, it tends to be more of like a long game kind of thing, where sure they might be quicker, usually they're not, but even if they are, if I just pit in less, kind of like a tortoise and the hare kind of thing, you know? And it tends to work, but obviously because this AI is quicker, say what you will about all the rubbish around it, but they are just factually quicker. That approach has to be tailored and adjusted. We are definitely making good... Is that first in front? Has he lapped me now? Which I guess by this point in the race it would make sense if he's lapped me, but I didn't actually notice when that had happened. I noticed it saying the one lap on the board, but I thought that was referring to the cars that were behind. Get out of the way! I mean, we're not quite halfway through the race, but yeah, I feel like I'm not going to be making up that kind of time. Yeah, you just got a magnet for that sand, don't you? keep trying. Another fastest lap. Well, it looks like the tyres were a good idea. I wonder how many of you were like that from the start, like, get mediums on it! Still, it's all part of the drama, part of the fun, part of the flavour. By the time the next video's out, incidentally, I will look slightly different again, not too much. I'm going to get my neck ink finished off, which shouldn't take too long, because it's only the bit at the back. Probably an hour, or less. And then I think that's me done for a while. Oh, excuse me. Well, this certainly answers the question of pace, because he ain't pulling away anymore. And in a weird kind of way, it could be an interesting challenge to see if, can I catch him in 3 hours? Methinks no, but at least now I should be able to catch some of the others. See, look at that difference on the straights. Ridiculous. It's like they got NOS. Pedal faster, Forrest! Not quite as quick, but I feel like with that slower car to get around, certainly not bad. Way quicker now on these tyres. Way quicker. I wonder what the softs will be like. Which is weird, again, because in qualifying, you didn't see my qualifying, but I was, I want to say, at least 2 seconds off, I think, the lead car. On softs. So I guess, I mean, over the course of 78 laps, I guess I've just got more of a groove going, but even so. Beep, beep. Not too far off another recording change. And not far off halfway through the race. It's going to be interesting to see how long this does take to render when I put all the pieces together. Ideally, obviously, I'll render it overnight, then it won't matter. I'm going to say, I reckon it'll probably take 12 hours to render. Maybe 10. Probably 12. Could be more than that, actually. But still, start it in the evening and that's not really too bad. Following morning it'll be mostly done. Dropping a little bit on lap time as the tyres go down, but they're still doing really well. I mean, these mediums, fair play. They're lasting really nicely. I've been wasting so much time on those hard tyres. Must have been grueling to watch for any of the those among you who knew that that was a bad choice. I wonder. Yeah, Formula D now, is it? Maybe I should... Hasn't really worked out well for me so far when I tried to wipe out other cars, but I feel like in first place might be worth the risk to slow him up a bit. Is it realistic? No. Is it sportsmanlike? Hell no. Am I going to do it? Probably. Cool, probably bunched up here. Should make up, by the looks of things, at least one space. The NSX, I believe. As they disappear into the distance, like rocket cars. On that side, are we? Just happen to be on that side of the road. Move. No thank you. No thank you. No thank you. I can't shake him, I can't shake him. Again with the Diablo. I feel like we're lapping this thing every 2 laps. Yeah, I know. They keep telling me who the leader is. Duh. The leader is Katie Burton. More at 11. It's weird because I was catching up to him pretty well and it's started to drop a little bit now. I guess because of the tyre wear. Because my laps have definitely dropped a bit. Blue flag? Pull the other one. Should be a yellow flag anyway, not a blue, you dummy. About due for a changeover on file any minute now. I think I'll do so on the next street. Who be that? Oh, never mind. Nobody interesting, so the next car's still just under 19 seconds off. Oh, I forgot. I'll do it in a second. I'll do it on the straight instead. Get on the road! No! Amazing. we shall do the swap over now. And we're back. I think I'll give the weather another quick look in a second on the straight. Yeah, blue flag. You listening? Quicker car. Move! Nah, weather's fine. Yeah. Psych! So, just over half a tank, 11 laps left. So, yeah, a decent amount of extra wear, but still not a crazy degree, really. It's not too bad. The question is going to be, can I make up enough time between pits to get back up to podium territory? That's going to be the real challenge. 3 hours, I mean, should be more than enough. If I've managed to do 3 hours and still keep around 5th, then in theory, if I can continue making up this much time, 2 seconds a lap, 3 seconds a lap, in some cases, yeah, going from like 205s, 206s to 202s, 203s. I mean, over time that is going to make a difference. Of course. Question is, will it make enough of a difference, particularly when coupled with early pits? I guess the only advantage really to pitting in earlier is that at least I won't have to put as much fuel in, so that'll save a little bit of time, but not really that much. Then again, I mean, how many times have we really pitted in so far? It's not that many, is it? I feel like it's been every roughly 20 laps or so. It must have been a bit quicker, I think, on the rain tyres, but generally speaking, somewhere around there. So it's not that many pit-ins so far. So yeah, I'll have to figure out when exactly I want to try and pit. That wasn't far off a 204, which still ain't bad. Next car's 17 seconds, so we are making up time. Oh dear! That could have been a lot worse. But yeah, if stuff like that starts happening more, then I will have to think about pitting, which is a shame, because based on the fuel, that's not far off half the time. Which begs the question, do I want to try the softs? I feel like, again, I don't really have anything to lose by trying the softs, because I'm losing anyway. So I took a risk on the mediums, and I would say, so far, it feels like it is kind of paying off. So I feel like I could take the gamble again and try the softs, because at least Matey up in second, whoever that was, has been running softs quite often, I think, if it was that same car who kept doing it. It looks like he's kind of going between hards and softs, if it is the same car. I don't know. I don't know. I'm glad that I did risk it on the tyres though, because I was starting to kind of feel the length of the race. Starting to get a bit, you know, like losing ground, controller's annoying me. Controller hasn't been as bad since. Yeah, starting to become a distinctly unpleasant experience again, but with the change of tyres it has made a huge difference. Like I said, more hope again. Not hope for a victory, I wouldn't go that far, but... Still in the 203s, but definitely the high 203s. I feel like the next time I get a lap where I don't make any serious mistakes and nothing is particularly in my way, if it drops into the 204s, I think that might be my marker to change. Which, to be fair, actually, come to think of it, 9 laps of fuel left. Kind of works out. It's not that bad. That could be another 1 or 2 laps, and that would work out pretty nicely, actually. It's not too much of a loss. Not too much of a loss at all. Where are you going? Why don't you decide and then let me know? That's where you're going. Should have stayed out of the way. Them front tyres are getting real low. Still feels alright though. Try some grass. Oh, that was satisfying. Nice save though. And that was into the 204s, but I feel like with those cars and the shenanigans, that doesn't count quite as much. Let's see about this lap. 3 hours remaining, so we are officially halfway done. I have a work text which I need to answer at some point. Or actually I have to read it at some point, let alone answer it. So that will have to be on the next changeover. I want to keep the editing to a minimum on this one. Okay, so we're into the 204s then. Which is a shame because I'm only 11 seconds off, but the good thing is, obviously, I'm definitely catching them. Because that's a couple of laps and it went down from, what, 18 seconds to less than 12, so gaining, and gaining pretty well actually. Yeah, definitely starting to feel the understeer more on these tyres now. I'm actually quite pleased with how that fuel's lasted. Quite pleased indeed. 7 laps left isn't too bad. Versus, I mean, when do I usually do it? When there's like 2 laps, sometimes 1 lap left. Not a crazy difference. Significant, but not crazy. I thought it was going to be more like half the lap distance, but yeah, it's actually, it's a lot better. It's a lot better. You go take a nap. There he goes. Suddenly loses his performance. network's trying to call me. I will have to pause, I think, and cut this out of the video. Pity the call couldn't have been just a minute later. I could have been pitting in anyway. 15. Let's go for softs. Let's give it a try. Oh no, I'm out of fuel. But my car's fine. Oh, shut up with your blue flag. As if you suddenly care about the rules. Pfft, please. Well, actually, there's a faster car that needs to overtake. Now, let's see what these can do for my lap time. What is with this constant blue flag? No one's even near me. Must be for the others or something. Whatever. Well, so far I wouldn't say that the softs, they don't feel that much different. It doesn't really feel like much of an improvement over the mediums. Unless you just need to be, I guess, maybe a superior driver to me to really get the full benefit of them. I mean, that's kind of duh, but, you know, for me, you know what I mean. Can definitely feel the improvement out of corners, but the real question is going to be how long they last. Because so far, I'm getting the vibe that if they wear out a lot quicker, it's not going to be worth the difference, really. Yeah. No notable difference in understeer through that corner, so... Yeah, wow. Yeah, I don't think these are necessarily going to be worth, doubtless, the extra wear. Because it was a solid 5 or 6 laps less from the pit-in history that was on screen. So yeah, I think I'll go back to my mediums. Let's check the weather. It's looking fine. Although the outlap was quicker. I seem to recall the medium outlap was a 2:17, I think. That was a 2:15. So, I guess we'll see. Next car's only 7 seconds ahead. Which... Did he pit as well, maybe? I didn't notice. Well, quicker already through that sector. Good sign. Bye-bye. Definitely still shenanigans with the understeer, but... Yeah. Yeah, it's weird because it's saying my times are quicker, but it doesn't really feel quicker. I don't know if it looks quicker to you folks, but it doesn't really feel that quicker. Because usually with softs I expect to notice quite a significant difference. But I guess most of the time when I'm using softs it tends to be for something like my signature BMW M3 build, where you're turning a road car into like an extreme track car, and I guess you would notice more of a difference then. So, just under 5 seconds, so that's good for the next one. work my way up into 4th. And then it looks like there's a decent gap between that and the next one. So that'll take a minute. You and your blue flag. Where was this at the start of the race? Must be with all the lapping. Well, yep, definitely quicker. Definitely quicker. But, that being said, I guess there were a couple of cars that I had to get past. But even so, I wouldn't say the difference between mediums and softs seems as drastic as the difference between mediums and hards. That was a substantial improvement, going from hard to medium. Whereas I feel like this is just, it's kind of an improvement. But it's only like, what, a second-ish quicker than my best medium time. And if they do wear out a lot quicker, which I got a feeling they will, then it ain't going to be worth it, really. So it's interesting as well, because Matey in first place is on lap... Oh, never mind. I was going to say he's on lap 90 already. So now the car in second is on lap 90 as well. So again, that gives me an idea, because the car in second only just crossed the finish line. The car in third still hasn't just yet. So, yeah. Although, that's plus 1 lap anyway, so it's all relative, I guess. So, there's me McLaren to catch. Shows how much time I must be making up on the corners, because on the straights, I ain't making up nothing. Which again, look at this as another prime example. All these cars leave me standing on the straights, so why aren't they catching up behind me? You don't see that gap closing in like crazy, like it does when they leave you standing. I'm a coming. Who's the leader? Who you say? Man. Unbelievable. Makes me wonder what the double pepper would have been. Probably hell. And obviously this one being my first proper endurance race of the DLC, it's also going to be a very helpful learning curve for the next ones. Providing that the fuel and tyre wear is similar, which I will have to double check in editing to see for the next one, which will of course be the 8 hours of Spa. It will be curious to see if it helps my strategy more then. I don't see it hurting the strategy, but like I said, I could definitely see there being a lot more changeable weather on Spa. We'll have to see though, because I will say I do quite like the fact in this race, and I don't know if again this is randomised or not, I'm not sure, but it feels like the weather progression is slower than usual compared to, like, you know, Le Mans. It changes like crazy, which I believe there is a difference in the time progression for this one, but I just didn't notice what it was. And I like that. Again, when the weather doesn't change every 5 seconds, it definitely helps the realism. And it allows you to kind of feel like your strategy actually matters more, you know? Because sometimes, as I've said before, I don't like how petty it feels when you go in and then you get like 1 or 2 decent laps in the rain and then it feels like you've got to change again. Whereas with this, you actually do go like a decent full duration of the tyres. So it makes it feel more worth it, which I like. Like a proper endurance race, in other words. So I've worked up to 4th, and actually that's not too bad. That's not too bad. The next car's 11 seconds. That's not bad at all. See how much we can close that gap. Got me kind of wondering if I'd have been in the lead, if I'd have had better tyre choices already. I guess again we'll be able to test that theory at Spa. Especially when you've got 2 entire extra hours to Strategize. I must admit, I'm not looking forward really to the 24-hour races, mostly because of I'm just dreading streaming problems. But we'll see. And of course, technically, I could take the same approach as I have here, but I just feel like there's a number of disadvantages to doing that. For one thing, it would take probably a week to render the video, and then more importantly, I don't know how many of you would really care, you know, for a pre-recorded 24-hour vid. Whereas when it's live, and one or two of you actually commented this, or words to this effect, that, you know, you can kind of drop in and out and show support for the stream and have it on in the background, go away, do what you need to do, come back later, blah blah blah. More so than, you know, if it's a normal video, which I totally get. And for those who do miss it, obviously it will be a normal video afterwards anyway. But I feel like it makes it a bit more of an event. So still 11 seconds ahead. Haven't really made up much if any ground there. Yeah, those front tyres have gone down a lot quicker. Let's check the weather again. Looks like the weather's moving more quickly. And it's also changed direction. $16 laps worth of fuel. There's no way the tyres are going to last that long. So we got, I think, about 15, I want to say it was 15 laps out of the mediums and more like 20 to 22 out of the hards. So if we're dropping by about 5 each time, then I guess I'll be lucky to get 10 at the softs. Maybe a little bit more, but I'd say probably 11 or 12 at best. Probably more like 10 really. I'll definitely be going back to mediums. It's not worth the difference really. Running good laps, I mean 201, 202, then drop into a 204, so it's good. It's good for sure, but it's not worth the trade-off. Because I feel like whatever I'm making up on lap time, I'm kind of just throwing that away by pitting in extra. Mm, 10 seconds-ish, just under. So again, made up... yeah, see, that's the problem. I'm making up a little bit of time, but not really enough to justify that extra tyre wear. I'm not gaining quickly enough. And I need to decide when am I going to try and pit. Because logically, I'd like to push it off as long as possible, but I guess I need to let the lap times dictate. Get on the road. So for the mediums, the cutoff point was up into the 204 kind of region. I feel like for the softs, we should probably do it maybe the same, because that's still under a 2.3.5. Although it is starting to go downhill quick on the understeer. I can feel it. We'll see. Looks like the weather isn't moving as much. Don't start, controller. yeah, weather isn't really a problem for now, at least. I feel like I might be lucky to get... I might be lucky to get 3 more laps. I feel like another 2 laps and I'll really probably start to notice the difference on lap times, but we'll see. Yeah, see? Already into the low 204. And dropping away from the next car as well, back up over 11 seconds again. So yeah. Now I've got to make a choice. When am I going to do it? Do I want to lose more time? Because 204s are still good laps, but clearly not good enough to overtake. I really don't want to be messing around with this understeer all the time either. So, do I want to push it for another lap, or shall I go for this one? I pitted in on lap 88. Well, no, I pitted in on 86, not 88. Best lap was 88. So I pitted in on 86. We're now on 94, so that's really not very good at all. So yeah, it's definitely not worth going for softs again. Not for my driving anyway. So we've done about 8-ish laps. Not the worst for slicks. It's like super slicks. And I guess if nothing else, for those who maybe haven't done this race yet and you're watching, for those who have bothered watching this much at least, it might help you with your strategy when you get started. Learning from my mistakes. I think I will go in now. Because clearly I'm not catching the third car. I'm only 5 seconds ahead of the next one, so I'm going to have to chase him down again anyway. I didn't notice the pit history then, but we already know roughly what it was. So, drop to 20 seconds behind him. No surprise there. Now, let's try and get some work done. Because I'm hoping I might be able to make up some time on that third place when he pits in, if this stupid yellow skyline gets out of my way. Yeah, in a weird kind of way, I feel like I actually prefer the feel of mediums. The softs didn't even really feel that great to use. Like I said, definitely quicker, but didn't feel it in a weird kind of way. Felt almost a little bit numb, which is very odd for slicks. The mediums have, well, a happy medium. Feels like the brightness on the camera's a bit high. Might try tapping that down a little bit on the street. Yeah, should be fine though. "15 seconds off the next car, so making up time already, making up time very well indeed." And if we can get back up to... Don't start with me. If we get back up to like 11-ish seconds again, then if we can time it right, we might be able to just wait out that third place car and catch him when he pits. And at least we know, more so on softs, but even on mediums, I've got enough pace now to make a decent gap between him for when I pit in. Get on with it. Get on with it. Such speed. How on earth are you in last? I swear if this controller starts again, I'm going to smash it into the desk. Just over a 203, very nice. 15 seconds. I feel like that's stagnated a little bit. Really? 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 Get a move on! Get on with it. Let you walk across the road. Nope. Not doing this again. Wow. What is wrong with this now? Unbelievable. And I can still feel it pulling. And of course now it's 25 seconds because we lost more time. I bet this controller is why I keep having understeer randomly, because it's not turning properly. His pace is so weird, it's like all over the place. Sometimes he seems quick and then other times he really doesn't. Oops. Be a good little sandbag and do the same. Not a bad lap, all things considered. Getting a bit overcast, a bit dark. Weather looks okay. Patch has barely moved, if at all. Whew. 22 seconds, so Made up a little bit of time on the next car, but not a huge amount. Didn't even realise we were on lap 100. I thought the focus was out on the camera then, but it seems alright. Oh, my back. Just under 20 seconds, and not far off 20 seconds ahead of the next one. You and your blue flag. I feel like that one was a bit slower just because I messed up that last corner. Yeah, it's definitely the controller causing me the understeer problems because it's inconsistent. Turns left a lot easier than it turns right, so I'm fighting against my own hardware for the entire event. Great! Oh, somebody's pitted in. Problem is, I'm probably going to be pitting in fairly soon. Speaking of which, when am I going to pit? It's going to have to be soon one way or another. Still 15 seconds off the next car, so unfortunately it's not like I'm going to catch him anyway by that time. It's like having learner drivers on the track. Get out of the way! Yeah, just sit it out. "12 laps left. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?" It's going to be touch and go with the next car behind me. Probably will pass me. Really? 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 Get on the track! Do I want to pit in now? I feel like I'm not going to make up enough time by staying out. Yeah. This stupid controller. At least I should have a backup, I think, for the next video. Onward! Yeah, definitely the controller. Unbelievable. Yeah, or I should say, it's a PlayStation controller, so entirely believable. So, only 4 seconds off the next car, so I must have dropped 2 places, I guess. So that's not too bad. And then after that we'll see. I've got a feeling I might finish the race. It's going to really depend on the timing of the pits. I feel like I might be able to finish maybe in 5th, which isn't what I wanted, obviously. I'm not really wow. I'm not really sure what to do for the next ones. I could go for the one star in effect, and have a supposedly easier time, which never actually works out that way. And to be honest, a lot of it will depend on what the car is, because most of why I chose this one is just because I'd rather have this car out of the 3. So it'll depend. I think I want to say the Spa. What were the cars on the Spa one? Oh, Spa I think was GT1s, and then the Nürburgring is GT3s basically, and then Le Mans is, I think it was Group C's. So I feel like for the Group C's, almost certainly going to go for the Nissan. Kind of a given. For GT1s, I think I'll probably go for the Merc. Because I really don't care for the McLarens that much. I know they're good, but I'll go for the Mercedes, probably for that one. And for the GT3s, I checked the other day, I think it was... You've got the Ferrari, you've got the Mercedes, I can't remember what the other one was, but I know it's a bit of a boring choice. I feel like I might go for the Ferrari, because even though it is the one star out of the three, it's just a more interesting car to me. I'm not really a huge fan of the AMG GT3s, I don't really like them. I know they're quick and they're very good, but it's just not my thing. I'm not a fan of the AMG GT in any form, really. Even like Black Series, I don't like any of them. So yeah, I reckon that's probably what I'll go for. Pennzoil here, Nissan R92 CP, Mercedes CLK LM, and the Ferrari 296. Probably be the plan. And like I said before, these two next ones are obvious. This one and 8 hours of Spa. And then for the 24 hours, I still need to put out a poll closer to the time to ask people what they'd prefer. But I feel like we might end up doing the Nürburgring last. Because even though Group C's are more, or like higher on the totem pole, I just feel like the Nürburgring is, it's known for being the ultimate challenge, so it's kind of appropriate to end off with that. But we'll see what people reckon. Doesn't really make any difference, or it shouldn't make any difference. Just turn the corner. "12 seconds off fourth. Not too bad, not too bad." Just get on the road, will you? This twitchy ass controller. Move. Suddenly you don't have grip, huh? How sad. Dummy. Nope. Let's have a quick check of the weather again. Nope, no significant change. Coming up on another file change. I could, of course, be using the manual box and short shifting to make the fuel last even longer, but there's not really any point. The tyres are definitely the dictator here. Why do I feel like this Skyline is becoming the new Diablos? I haven't seen them in a while. Such speed on the straights. Wow. I think I'll swap out the file again now. And we're back. Back to the car that turns like a planet. Speak of the devil, Xavier. Wow, all three of them. The slow little Porsche and the dummy Diablos. Wabba-doo. Wabba-doo. Just turn. It's definitely fighting against this controller that's affecting my laps. You can see the difference. Who'll be them's? 7 seconds ahead to the next car. Yeah, that's not too bad. So, I don't think that's any of these. No, it isn't. Get a move on. Don't start with me. Just a whole row of time wasters. Right on cue. Ta-ta. Enjoy that. Here we go again. The old left-wheel drive Skyline. Excuse me. I feel like there's a centre point that I need to get this controller back to. Right, this is a bit better for a while. Stupid thing. Yeah, no wonder it can't turn. Now, can already feel it's pulling to the left again. What's significantly worse than before, actually? try again. Yep, I'm going to be using a different controller next time, that's for sure. Ruining my flow, if nothing else. There's a pair of pliers when you need them. Yeah. It's like a... needs to be twisted. I know this is very boring. Of course, it wasn't that simple. This is going to be a horrific race if we continue like this. Hmm, 6 seconds. Not bad, not bad. I feel like I'd already be in front if it weren't for fighting against my hardware. As the lap times kind of show. I mean, they're still not too bad. Just the occasional stupid moment. So the pit overlapped onto 104, so we pitted in on 103 10 laps ago. I feel like every time I catch up to this next car, I end up losing it again because I've got a pit, and I really don't want to go back to hards just to last an extra 5 laps if those 5 laps end up being so much slower that it doesn't matter anyway. Going back to what I said earlier on about feeling like I'm probably going to end up finishing 5th, or somewhere in that region. I think maybe as I spit everywhere, I think maybe I changed my tactic just a bit too late in the race. 2 hours left to go. Nope. So, when shall I pit? That is the question. Not sure. It's hard to tell now because I've been losing focus because of this stupid thing. Because I was making up ground pretty well, and now not so much. Which is weird, because my laps aren't that far off what they were. Even 204s were better than on the hard tyres. And there's a decent amount of 203s there, but... Good for him. Four seconds. Do I keep going? That's the question. Still under a 204, just about. Hopefully the next race will be more enjoyable for a couple of reasons. One, obviously the tyres, the insight into that. Although that could entirely change if the weather's crazy. And obviously the other one being most definitely using a different controller. In fact, to be honest, it might even be worth trying to swap over to the next controller. On the next changeover of file, which is a while away anyway. The other controller will definitely be dead though, so I'll have to plug it in. But it depends if it can run with very low battery. I guess compared to some people's PS5 controllers, this one's had a better run than most, or a better run than many, because it's the same controller that I've had since first picking up the PS5, which would have been, when was that now? Before GT7 came out. So it's lasted pretty well, I guess, by today's standards. 2048. Still getting in on the next car technically, so yeah. Decisions. Shut up. Pit? No. I'll pit on this one. Be nice if we could pit in at the same time, or at least close enough for me to gain ground on him. Not that 5th to 4th is that much of an improvement in the grand scheme of things, but you know, helps when your brakes work. Try it. Well, actually, it's because your tyres are degraded, so your stopping distance is affected adversely. Ah, look who it is. A little free. And the leader. Oh, whoa, get in there. That's a shame. I was hoping he might pit as well. RM9, RM14. I think maybe I just pitted in earlier than I needed to because of this stupid controller. I don't know. Bits of control. Pardon me. And so the chase begins again, and I feel like I'm locked in something of a loop. Still, we did change up the loop a little bit by extending the time between pits, so we'll see how that goes, I guess. You done? The stupid and the useless as usual. .22 seconds, not bad. Got to pit at some point. And when he does, got him. I guess in a funny kind of way, for those who want to, you kind of do have your own version of B-Spec for this race, don't you? Because you can click on the little cog on the video and set it on 2 times speed, or 4 times speed if you've got premium or whatever. But even on 2 times speed, 3-hour race instead of a 6-hour one. 19 seconds behind, yeah, his tyres are definitely worn. What's that supposed to be? Hmm? Get on with it. Try the road. Seconds, definitely closing in bit by bit. Although I don't really get how his tyres are lasting this long, because I've had a bunch of laps, then pitted, didn't see him pit, and I've now done a bunch of laps again, and he still hasn't pit. Please get out of my way. Every time, man. You just can't resist, can you? 47 seconds. Now there's the real challenge. Getting that podium. Probably doable. but something tells me doubtful. Horrific line through there. So 117 we went in last. I feel like 47 seconds might be a bit of a task. Yeah, I don't think I'm gaining enough ground on that third place to ever really properly catch him. Which is a shame, but could do with another rain shower. And we ain't getting that. I think I'll try and push for a good 15 laps before I pit in again if possible. I feel like one of the main advantages of doing the 24-hour races as a live stream will be from a commentary perspective. I mean, I'd be shocked if anyone's still watching at this point in the video, to be honest. But for anyone who did want to drop in and out, obviously you have the advantage with those of having more of a discussion or a live Q&A kind of thing going on, in effect, which just makes it more fun, you know? Because if you compare, I feel like I did commentary for a solid, 2 hours probably at the start of this video, and then after that, I don't know, I feel like the controller problems kind of threw me off a bit in terms of enjoyment. And yeah, it's been a bit more here and there ever since. And it's not like I'll be talking non-stop for 24 hours anyway. I wouldn't be able to talk by the end of it. So, about another 5 laps, I reckon, at least, before I go into change. So that'll be what, 20, about 132-ish. We'll take a look and see. Stupid skyline, right on cue. No, I don't think I will. You ain't passing me. think it would have been kind of interesting to have a split in this race between GT300s and GT500s. Would have probably been more fun. In fact, that kind of brings back to mind, I'm pretty sure they did that in the ride games. I can't remember if it was in the endurance races or not, but I know for at least some of the races you had a teammate, and your teammate position also affected your victory. Which, I mean, that when you do that wrong, it can be very annoying if the AI is stupid. But if you do it right, it can be interesting. If you can have, like, I don't know, an equivalent teammate or whatever, or a driver of yours, maybe one of your B-spec drivers who's racing in, you know, GT300 and you're in the GT500 car, or vice versa. It could be quite fun. Maybe if you got 10 of each, if you've got a 20 car grid like this. Especially for stuff like Le Mans. One of my favourite things back in the days of Forza Motorsport 4 online was making a custom lobby and then have, because I can't remember what the maximum players were, it might have been like 16 or something back then, and then divide up the grid into like 4 sets of 4 or something like that, wherein I'd have like 4 LMP1s, 4 LMP2s, 4, I can't remember what, like GT3s and 4 of something else, or maybe it was 3 6s, something like that. But like having an actual like mini Le Mans grid, that's fun. I like stuff like that. And Gran Turismo kind of lends itself really with how self-serious it is to having stuff like that really. So I'm kind of surprised that they've never really tried. At least I don't think they've tried, not that I can think of. Yeah, still running 203s, so tyres are good. I guess there's probably something to be said for these videos about them not necessarily needing to be the full 6 hours. Because if a lot of it is no commentary, again, I wouldn't have thought people would watch through. Maybe you'll have it on the background or something, I guess, like I said earlier, but at the same time, I don't really want to try the road. I don't really want to be chopping around and only keeping the parts where I'm talking. Yeah, it's pointless doing that. Yeah, unless something drastic happens with the weather, I don't see a way realistically of catching the car in third, which is a shame. Don't start with me again. Yeah, try the tarmac part. How about you try that? Maybe I should pit in now, since it's starting to get a bit dumb again. Shut up, you blue flag. Right. So 14 laps, 14 laps. Oh, actually, yeah. Kind of works out then, really. Not too long before an exchangeover as well. And hopefully, depends how long this takes, but hopefully I won't lose another grid position. It'll be close, but might be one of them there, I'm not sure. Oh no, according to that he's still 10 seconds behind, so that's good. The problem I've got is, even if you're putting a lot of fuel in like I am each time, the pit doesn't really take long enough for me to make up serious ground. At best I'm going to make up like probably 20 seconds, maybe 25 at the best, and that's just not good enough to catch third. Couple of predictable dum-dums as usual. And just about time to do another file change. Which we will do now. And we're back. Be interested to hear as well, you know, the chances of most of you actually hearing this particular part of the video, unless you did watch the whole thing, are slim. But if, by some chance, you do, I'd be curious to know how you fared. And I guess a lot of it does depend on which car you went for, probably, or at least it should. I'd be especially curious to know if maybe if your lap times are similar enough to me for it to be comparable. Is there any significant difference between the you know, quote-unquote easy option, this one, and the 2-pepper? And if so, what kind of a difference? Or if maybe you're a particularly crazy individual who's maybe done it more than once. It's a pity that Suzuka never really gets the chance to... yeah, well, there you go. He's made a pit stop, so now we'll see what kind of a difference it really makes. Obviously, nowhere near enough of one, but... what was I saying? Can't remember what I was saying now. Can't remember. Oh well. It's gone, flitted away like a flock of doves. Yeah, not really much of a difference, just essentially back to where we were. So, like I pretty much said earlier on, kind of feels like I'm sort of stuck in a loop with third place, really. Just seesawing back and forth between 47 seconds and however much when I pit in. Still, let's see if I can maintain fourth. And in terms of stars, obviously it's not a massive difference. Should be what? What's that? 16 stars instead of 20, something like that. But like I said, it was never really, I don't think, my full intention. I don't recall to win every endurance race, but it was possible, obviously, and maybe I will with one of the others, but just completing them is good enough. Come first in all of the events in the Let's Play and you will win the Daimler motor carriage. Now you have my attention. 6 miles per hour, you say? If it weren't for that last pot, That would have probably been one of my better laps. I mean, it was a 2:02.8 even with the mishaps, so yeah. Might have been pretty close to my racing soft lap, in fact. Not bad. Now that's interesting. I've just noticed. Maybe it's just something I hadn't noticed before, and I'm actually not onto anything at all. But that seems to be the first time in quite a while where only the leader. Oh well, now the one in second place as well, but only the leader had actually gone fully to the second lap. I feel like I just hadn't noticed that properly before, but almost felt like I was a bit closer to him. I mean, I guess technically I am a little bit. 44 seconds instead of 47, so that's not bad. It's gained a little bit. Still no significant change in weather. No surprise there. It's been a pretty uneventful race in terms of weather, actually. That's another thing I'd be curious about if you did the whole thing and you had a radically different experience maybe with rain. Imagine if the whole thing was rain. Tell you what, to be honest, I wouldn't mind that. Because at the end of the day, 6 hours is 6 hours. It doesn't really matter how many laps you do within the 6 hours, as long as you're in the lead at the end. And if it was raining for the entire thing, that would kind of suit me, because I make up a lot of ground usually in the rain. I say that and I fail miserably, but at least in theory and based on past experience, I should be able to make up quite a bit of ground. Really? So that was a 131 pit in. So if we aim, now that I clarified, for 14 laps then instead of 15, then that'll be what? About lap 145, I guess, somewhere around there. It's got to be really disheartening in real life in endurance races for a team or a driver or whatever, when you're in a position, not unlike me at the moment, wherein you basically know, and obviously in real life it's not quite as bad actually now that I come to say it, but when you know that most likely mathematically you are not going to even get a podium, let alone a victory, which in my case I don't really care, just complete the event. But in real life, when it matters a lot more, that really has to suck. And I think as a driver that would affect me quite a lot, because I think in terms of just essentially knowing for all but a fact that you are definitely not going to do any better than you are right now at best, if you were in like fourth or whatever, that must suck. Because it's like, okay, you can push as hard as you want to, but you just ain't gonna do it. Especially being potentially so close to a podium, but you just know it ain't gonna work out for whatever reason. Be it pace, be it, maybe the car had some kind of issue, but that's the thing that I was thinking of as I was just mentioning that. The big difference with real life, I guess, is that there are so many more factors at play in terms of reliability and other teams making mistakes. And it'd be very difficult to have that in the game in a way that felt organic. Because I know, at least for me, for example, if you could have, random tyre blowouts or an engine or a gearbox having a major fault that you have to pit in and fix, I'd never trust that it was actually random. I find it hard enough to trust it half the time, more than half the time with the weather, let alone, oh, you've had a tyre blowout. Oh, have I really? Yeah. Whereas in real life, it's like, of course. So yeah, I guess that would be a pretty huge factor, actually, in real life that would probably give you more hope to keep going. I really wish the cars looked more dirty. I've just passed 500 miles of driving in this car, and aside from the front end, doesn't look that much different, if at all, at the back from lap 1. .46, dropping a little bit of ground. Making up ground on the car behind, which is nice, at least I can pit in without worrying, but yeah, still on the everlasting seesaw. Not quite slow enough for him to leave me behind, not quite quick enough to catch up. Endurance purgatory. Maintaining a nice run of 202s and 203s. My pace is definitely better, just not good enough. But I have definitely learned some stuff which will help in the next races. Like the fact that I'm most likely not going to bother with hards or softs. Just stick to mediums the whole way. Go for softs in qualifying, of course. Although, I still don't know about the qualifying. I don't know whether to bother. I feel like it's a bit more fun, especially for viewers, to work my way up the grid. Because I do wonder, would it really have made any difference if I hadn't qualified for this? Because I qualified in 5th. So technically I've only moved up 1 place in 5 hours, which is bonkers when you think of it that way. So yeah, I don't think I really lose much by not qualifying. There's no way I'm qualifying on the Nürburgring. I ain't doing extra 2 laps ahead of 24 hours. No, thank you. Nürburgring will be interesting as well, because you'll actually have some nighttime driving too, and Le Mans. I guess Spa as well, but Nürburgring's really, that's the fun one at night. One hour remaining. We're on the home stretch, folks. If you've lasted this long and just watched the video outright, or even on 2 times speed, hear ye. Beep, beep. So the car in 8th is on lap 139, which really makes me wonder, curious to see at the end, just how many times I've lapped those Diablos. I mean, that's got to be... I must have lapped them 10 times at this point. It's got to be something like that. It's got to be at least 7, if not 10. Could be more, I guess. A few more laps of our little pit. Ta-ta! Made up more ground on the car behind. Good stuff. Last time I looked it was about 48 seconds, now it's 52. Good stuff. No wonder really he's on hards. Still not bad, only 1 2-minute 4 in quite some time. Good. Into the next lap, and I reckon I will get some tires. Technically, I guess I could save some time if I put less fuel in. But I don't know, shall I? Save a few seconds, I guess. We've got about, we'll have to see closer to the time, but about 40% fuel left. So we've only used technically just under 60% by the time we get in there. I mean, we'll have to see what the percentage is. It should be down around 40-ish. Might be worth a try, because if we stick to the 14-lap layout, which no reason why not, there's no reason to believe I'll use more fuel. Shut up. Do a mini. Barely a 2-minute 4. I will change my tires when I'm good and ready. Which just so happens to be now. But not because you said it. I was going to do it anyway. So a little bit more than 60% used. So even if we said 70% to give a little bit of room for error, well, I guess I could get away with putting a bit less fuel in. Even if I filled it up to 80% instead of 100. I feel like that would only barely save a couple of seconds, but... let's give it a try just for the fun of it. Change things up a bit. Because like I said, being stuck in 4th with no real hope of gaining for the next one could get a bit boring, really. So let's try it. Let us try. See how this goes. Yeah, if we're changing every 14 laps, that's plenty to spare. 17. Probably saved, I don't know, maybe 3 whole seconds. Still, can't hurt. Don't start with this. Get on the road. So 145, about 159 then. Well, I guess it's more so from, yeah, are we going to do it from 145 or are we going to do it from 146? No, I pitted in on 145, so yeah, we've got to do it from there. .214 out lap, not bad. Still way ahead of the next car too. If only I was making up that kind of ground. I'm glad I'm doing this so far ahead of time before actually releasing it, because doing it the last minute or doing it even close to the Monday that I release it, I wouldn't want to be doing this and editing it and rendering it all back to back, so it's nice to be able to hopefully have a little bit of a break in between. Be interesting to see how long it takes for YouTube to, if all goes well, I don't know, do whatever it is they do to the 24-hour race version, because there's usually, after you do a live stream, it takes a while for it to like process and turn it into a normal video. So I'm curious to see how long it takes to do that with that size of a video. And both of those, I feel like it'll probably come down to a matter of seconds between them, but one of those two videos, at least in theory, should be, by I believe a substantial margin, the longest video on the channel. In fact, I want to say this might already be the longest video on the channel technically now, and then the 8 hour at Spa will be, and then the 24. I think the next closest, I think I did a 4 hour years ago animation. I think that might be the next closest. Might be something I'm forgetting. Starting to feel a bit tired now on the home stretch. Not really ideal to start an endurance race in basically the evening to begin with. I think I might have already talked about this, but with the 24-hour events, I was trying to think of when I wanted to start, because obviously whenever I start the race is when I'm going to be finishing it. And I feel like if I start at something like 5 o'clock in the morning, that's great for getting a start, but it ain't great for finishing the race, that's for sure. Because then I've got to play from 5 o'clock in the morning through the entire day, through the entire night, back to 5 o'clock in the morning. Whereas if I start at something like midnight, then I can finish the following midnight and then just jump into bed, which I'll definitely need to by that point. Or even like, maybe even like 11 till 11, something like that. I feel like that's probably the best option. Which is pretty late to start a live stream on the channel, but still, with the difference in time zones, probably won't matter too much, because like most people on the channel are from the States anyway, and States is what, 6-ish hours behind, I think. Varies depending on East Coast, West Coast, but I think it's something like 6 hours, thereabouts, maybe a little bit less. Like Washington way versus Texas, or I guess versus California if you go to the other extreme. Or maybe, should I say Florida versus California, maybe? More so for the extremes. So maybe 4 to 6 hours, I'm not sure. Something in that region, I think, if I remember right. But we shall see. So if I do start at 11 at night, that'd be like 5 o'clock in the afternoon over in the States. Again, ish. So for those who at least want to start the video with me, it's not a bad time. And even in the UK, a lot of people are still up watching vids at 11. Probably for more than a few if you go over to the east. Second place is pitted in. It's a shame that, if I remember right, Suzuka doesn't really have a proper like night. It's just got kind of late-ish time of day. I'd quite like to drive on Suzuka in the dark. I mean, it's only a 6-hour race, but still. 150 laps. At least in all likelihood, I will take away having the best lap. The fastest lap. It's better than nothing, I guess. So he's not far off being behind me, because he's just pitted in. We might be able to stave him off from lapping me. Or no. Has he lapped me already? No. Close, but it can be. If he's pitted in on 152 and I'm on 151, then no, he hasn't lapped me yet. Which is weird, because it's saying +1 lap. Or am I having a brain fart? Or is he just about to go into 153 then, maybe? Yeah, probably. Because I was going to say, if I could finish the whole thing without being lapped. But, yeah, I guess I already am. Although, actually, no. Because now it's saying 2 minutes 7 behind. So, yeah. That will be my little challenge then for the rest of the event. Let's see if we can last out the final 40 minutes without being lapped. What did I say at the start of the video? I said something about being lapped. I can't remember what I said now. Did I say that I would be lapped, or did I say I'd be lapped a number of times? I can't remember now. It was a lifetime ago. It's been 84 years. Yeah, let's see if we can keep it to a nice lap number rather than a fully being lapped. Better than nothing. Especially given how bleak it looked in the qualifying, because it looked like he was going to lap me a bunch of times. Managed to stave that off. And after all this time, there's only 10 seconds between first and second. I mean, who really cares? It's all AI, but must be crazy in actual events when that happens, when you're so close behind, which happens a fair amount. I need to text back the work text that I had earlier on, because without thinking I confirmed that I would be available when I forgot that, of course, I have the ink appointment at the same time, or technically a little bit later, but too close to be able to do both. So I shall have to postpone the work until after the ink, which won't be that long extra to wait. Instead of an hour before the ink, it'll have to be basically an hour from the ink time. I don't think it'll take an hour to finish off my neck. Maybe 40 minutes at the most, probably less. And I'm glad we didn't do the full thing, because obviously anyone who has ink will know all too well that the longer it goes, the harder it gets in terms of pain, at least generally speaking. But also, I got the flu pretty shortly after getting my ink. Thankfully, it was far enough after that my ink had healed, because I was having trouble sleeping anyway with the ink. Obviously with flu you're tossing and turning, and having both at the same time would have been horrific. So thankfully the ink had healed. It's healed. I'm here. Do not start with me. So, I'm trying to figure out, because it's gone back to +1 lap again, and he hasn't lapped me, of course. And now it's back to 137 again. So, what's going on with that? Why does it keep jumping up and down? I was wondering for a second then, does it just say +1 lap if he's on the next lap, just by default? But it can't be, because that hasn't changed, and it's gone from that back down. It seems like the time's kind of jumping around all over the place at the minute. Keeps jumping between like a minute and a half and a lap ahead. Make your mind up. Continue to make good ground over the next car. That's good. Kind of crazy to think that after all this driving, I haven't done that many more miles than what I'd already done anyway to get all the extra stars. That was what was it? What did I do? 483 miles that day. Now we've just hit 550. Or as Australians and Americans would call it, popping down through the shops in the car to get a bottle of milk. Still 138. Don't! Just get on with it! It's an insufferable thing. Get on with it. Shut up, kid. So I think this will be my pit lap, if I recall correctly. Looks about right on fuel. Just thinking. Across the finish line. What's the first thing we'll see? What a great race. You should try for first next time. Mediums. And half an hour to go. Juice break. This is not Monster, it's actually refilled with juice. Let's try 75% fuel, just to make it even more interesting. Shave off a few more seconds again. So that was lap 155. So our next pit should be nice. And I'm pretty sure that should then... yeah, that should be the last pit. I'm trying to think, could I have maybe just not pitted in if I'd have filled it up with fuel? Obviously it wouldn't have made any difference for the victory, but... victory. For the podium. But I'm just curious, because 14 laps... yeah. That's a shame. Well, I guess actually not all is lost. Could just lean out the fuel. Because in theory... oh, look who it is! Look who it is! Well, saved it. Oh, and we changed who the leader is. I'm actually quite happy about that. After I've seen his name how many bazillion times. No, thank you. I don't mind that. Change the outcome and the outcome of the race in my own little way. At least the McLaren's a more interesting car to win anyway. I've only just thought, it's actually kind of ridiculous as well. And I know it's realistic, but it's kind of dumb that you've got the McLaren in this, and then you've also got the McLaren that you can use in the GT1 stuff. Really? You couldn't just, I don't know, be a bit more creative? And like I said, I'm well aware that it was in both, but still. "25 minutes left, 2 minutes a lap." I mean, obviously my lap times have definitely dropped, partially from messing around, partially from limiting the fuel a bit. But yeah, I feel like we might be able to, especially with the slower laps, because once again it's about the time, not the laps. So yeah, I reckon I should be able to do the whole thing without pitting. Cool, really messed that Supra up. Which is odd, because it's saying he's 5 seconds behind the leader, which, no he ain't, because the leader's right there. Well, actually, maybe that is, I don't know, I guess it must be 5 seconds. That looks like more than 5 seconds to me, but sure. Looks more like a crisp 10. But hey. Might try wiping them out again just for the fun of it. Braked a bit too late. Yes, we know. Squeal, squeal. Roughly 12 more laps, give or take. Yeah. And he's made a pit stop. Not that it really matters to me, considering that I'm not that much far ahead of said pit stop myself. See, here's what I don't get as well. This pair of cars, supposedly they're so quick, so far ahead. McLaren's gone because he's in front. Funny how that still applies even when they're laps ahead or whatever. And yet him behind, why isn't he catching me? I spun him out, but he's right there again, so why isn't he catching me? I'm leaned out on fuel. I shouldn't be ahead of him at all by this logic. He should be catching me like it's nothing. And if you look at my lap times, they're nowhere near my best, so start out for the last file as well once I get on the home straight. Much smaller file than the other ones, of course. Hang on. What? How is he first again when I wiped him out and the McLaren passed me? Did the McLaren pit? That's odd. How's that work? The McLaren must have pit. Oh well. I better change over the panel. And so begins the final one. But yeah, that must have been a pit, I think. I didn't notice him pit in, but yeah. 'Tis the only explanation I can think of, my lord. Yeah, fuel-wise I should be just fine. I feel like, to be honest, I could probably even get away with having it on full power, but we'll see a bit closer to the time. Because 20 minutes, a couple minutes a lap or just over. It's only about 10 more laps. So it should be fine, but I don't want to risk it and have to pit in. Just causing havoc everywhere I go. And notice how suddenly I haven't changed anything. Now that he's ahead, gone. Funny that. I'm going to go back up to power because I reckon I can. I should be safe on laps. See, seeing him like this makes me think if I had a better strategy on tyres, maybe I would have won. Maybe I would have. I'm nothing if not petty. Go on, McLaren. Overtake him. He's only 3 seconds behind. And the McLaren's on softs too. Do move along. Oh, he's gaining on him. 2 seconds. I would like to change the outcome so that McLaren wins, but we'll see. Not that I'm even a McLaren fan, of course. I just got so sick of seeing that same old name that it would be quite poetic to wipe him out at the end of the race after dominating the whole thing. Speaking of holding out hope, if it weren't AI, it would almost be quite funny if that were to happen. And once again, begs the question, where are they? So quick when they're ahead. Nowhere to be seen. Specks in the distance. Which also, of course, begs the question of, if they're so much quicker, so much more powerful in a straight line, let alone anywhere else, how on earth can I even get close enough to knock him off the track? Sometimes it's when he's trying to overtake, but even so, when he was ahead, I was like literally chasing him down. Is it too much to ask for some consistency? Apparently so. He's only 0.3 behind him. Oh, and he's overtaken. Nice. But he's on softs, so even with my help, it might be short-lived. The final 15 minutes, which will probably feel like a drag. Ten laps more fuel, which is more than enough. Looking forward to getting up and walking around after this. At least they're actually catching up now, what they should be, given how much quicker they are, supposedly. At least if I'm going to be beaten, I want it to be by cars which actually are properly quick. Yeah, I feel like for that race, I don't know if I would have ever got victory. It's all conjecture. But I feel like with a better choice of tyres from the off, I probably would have gotten a podium, I think. Because if you calculate all that lost time at the start on the hard tyres, probably pretty well equates to the 47 seconds or so that I end up keep going back to behind him. So yeah, I think I probably could have got a podium. And it's not like it matters that much at the end of the day. But still, third is better than fourth. And second is the first of the losers. I'm still not really getting how they haven't caught me by now. I mean, come on. You're on softs as well. Oh, interesting, yeah. Yeah, they are on Of course there aren't 1.6. Well, yeah, of course there are. Duh. That's what 6 hours of driving will do to you. But wait, why are they behind me when they're ahead? Again, where's all this magical speed suddenly gone? And when this is Spa, there'll still be another 2 hours to go. And when it comes to Le Mans on the Nürburgring, we'll be 1/4 of the way through. And if you think a 24-hour race is bad, in real life there used to be, I always forget the right number, but I think it was either the Nürburgring 72 or 84-hour marathon, which I think, I want to say that race only ran for, I think, 15 years, something like that. Might have been less. I think it was back in the 70s, if I remember right. Go on, I'll let you off, since you're more interesting. Oh, the Supra's really dropped back. You see that? Stupid controller. Squirrel! Man, this 10 minutes is dragging. Come on now, you're supposed to be quick. You're holding me up. And look at my tyres. Sound like a leprechaun. Look at my tyres. The diddly-deed. My eyes are tired. Man, that... just stop. That Supra really has dropped back. I guess if I were to spin out the McLaren, which is still doable, I could have prevented being lapped. But, what's the difference at this point? Man, this last part of the race really is dragging. Yeah, if my tyre strategy was different, if not the victory, would have definitely been a lot closer. But now we know that for next time. So we shall see what Spa brings. Six laps of fuel. Only 3 laps-ish of time. Tyres are... yeah, could be better. Could be worse. The Supra's dropped back a lot. Wonder if he had to pit in. It'd be kind of cool if the McLaren has to pit in because of his tyres, because then that would be a more honourable way of me not being lapped rather than wiping them out. Be kind of fun, actually. Hey, speak of the devil, speak of the witch. Feel the tyre degradation now, which is strange because I would have pitted in on the next lap anyway, but they feel kind of worse, unless it's this controller adding to it, which it very well could be. One more lap, and then I'm going to sit at the finish line because I've got more than enough of a gap to the car in 5th place to showboat. Give it a bit of the old Ford v Ferrari, minus the victory. .600 miles past. Why on earth has he put his car on hard tyres? That feels like a fabricated... Shut up. It feels like a fabricated thing to try and get the Supra to win. Oh well. He's still 12 seconds ahead, so he should be fine, but... Shut up, kid. Well, and even more so. I don't have to worry about the time. And I shall wait right here. And I shall cross the line. And I'm good and ready. Well, that was quite an experience, and we can use this for our debrief. Watch me drop to 5th because of this. Interesting experience for the first of the endurance events. Not the best outcome, of course, but and that's that. Don't make any mistakes, and you should be able to make the top 3. What did I tell you? Shut up, you dummy. Fair play. 1.2 mil for 4th. I mean, it's garbage for 6 hours, but it's a lot better than nothing. Oh, and a whole 3-star ticket. Ooh. What will I buy myself? And that is that. 11 pits. Interesting. 2-lap gap. Best lap with the race. Interesting. And technically I did raise one place. Cool. And that, folks, is it for our first endurance race. I'm glad to be done with it. We'll see what Spa holds. And, yeah. Shating! See you next time.